The views expressed on Talk Real Solutions, hosted by Tyrone Thompson at TalkRealSolutions.com, are the views of Tyrone Thompson and do not reflect the views of TalkRealSolutions.com, YouTube, or etc. The content here belongs to Talk Real Solutions and its many contributors. Views and opinions expressed by all contributors belong to them and not TalkRealSolutions.com or Tyrone Thompson, the host, or etc. All data and information provided on the site is for informational purposes only. Talk Real Solutions makes no representations as to accuracy, completeness, correctness, suitability, or validity of any information on this site and will not be liable for any errors, omissions, or delays in this information or any losses, injuries, or damages arising from its display or use. All information is provided on an as-is basis.
All right. Welcome to the show. This is Talk Real Solutions, and I am your host, Tyrone Thompson. And I want to thank you for tuning in. What the fuck just happened? Oh, my computer just locked up. Hold on. What the hell going on? All right. Well, okay. Welcome to the show. I'm your host tonight, Tyrone Thompson. Thank you for tuning in. Today is July the 2nd, 2026. And we're coming up on a federal holiday, July the 4th. And if you want to call into the show, just dial the number at 1-717-908-1834 and hit the participant code at 642794, and I will get you on the line so you can contribute to the conversation. And I'm trying to see if my damn audio working. It look like it's yeah, it's working. Look like it's working on the switchboard. So yeah, I just confirmed it. And yeah, now you can join the conversation like I always do, and yeah, we can go from there. Another week in this hellhole called America. Nothing's really changed. Things have gotten worse and will continue to get worse until Americans wake the fuck up and see that it's a racist country, that everybody ain't treated fairly in this country. What's up, Jermaine? And it is what it is. And I've been kind of boycotting the onslaught of the bullshit because, you know, I kind of pull back and I'm doing things. It's nice weather. It's hot as shit in South Carolina, but I like it like that. A lot of people don't like hot weather. I am one to get out there in 90 degree weather and just be just as content. I don't care about, you know, how hot it is. I don't mind sweating. I don't mind being in this heat. I don't know if it's genetics, but I love the hot weather, you know. So I've been enjoying myself doing things around the house. I told you guys that I sold all my weights and all that kind of stuff before, but I built me another weight room, ran up my Amazon account and got me some more weights and all that kind of stuff. So I've been working out and I've been making progress, but it's hard as shit to lose weight. I guess it's got something to do with my age. The last time it was pretty easy to burn fat if I kept myself on a protocol and kept doing certain things. But now it seems like it's hard. But I'm going to keep at it. I'm not going to give up. And that's where a lot of people give up at, is that you don't see no progress. So you just give up, And that's just not my personality. I want to see results regardless. So I'm going to keep at it and keep on doing what I can do to burn some of this stuff off of me. And I think that it was making me unhealthy. I think that's what it was. And these doctors are strange. Because when you go to the doctor with certain conditions, it seems like they don't want to be straight up with you and tell you what's going on with you. So with me, I have to figure it out myself. For instance, a couple of weeks back, I guess a couple of months back, I was like my heart rate was racing fast, and I went to the emergency room and I went to urgent care, and I'm like, hey, this shit ain't right. What's going on? And then I got my little blood pressure thing. I was taking my blood pressure every day, and my heart rate was up. And everybody's telling me, I know the normal thing is 120/80, and my shit was like, I don't know, 150/90, and I'm like, this shit ain't right, But they won't tell me everything. Every time I go somewhere, they say, you all right, you all right. I'm saying, do you see the same goddamn blood pressure that I'm seeing? That is not normal. But they'll send you home. One of my doctors gave me pills to slow my heart rate down, and there's no diagnosis going on here. I'm like, what the fuck? But they won't tell you shit. I don't know why they won't tell you. So me being me, I had to put the math together. I said, okay, well, clearly you're a fat ass now. You're up here topping 210, and your heart rate's up. So let me put one and one together and see if this has got anything to do with why I'm feeling this way. So I started working and trying to come down, and as I lose weight, I know I'm able to breathe easier. As I take my blood pressure now, I can see that it's settling down, and I'm not feeling as tired as I did. And I'm not saying that was my problem, because I'm not a goddamn doctor. I can't diagnose medical problems. But when I'm looking at it in hindsight, I'm just thinking, like, why the fuck didn't the doctor look at me and say, Mr. Thompson, you fat as shit, lose weight, and none of this shit won't be happening? Because that's basically what they had to say. All they had to do was say, well, you're kind of fucking heavy. If you lose some of that damn weight, then none of this crazy shit won't be going on. And I don't even know if that was a problem or not. But, since I started losing weight, I'm down from 210. I was 180 this morning, so I think that really had something to do with it, to where that weight was causing my heart to flutter and all this kind of shit, and me to be tired and all this kind of shit. So, and that's another reason that I'm going to keep going, because clearly I'm getting positive results from what I'm doing. But I don't understand why the medical industry won't be just straight up with you and tell you the obvious. I guess they saying, well, I guess you wobble your fat ass in here. If you don't know you fat, it ain't my job to tell you fat. But that's some bullshit. That ain't what they there for. They supposed to give health advice, right? You go to the doctor with these certain symptoms, and they look at you and they assess you, then they should be able to tell you directly what's going on. Of course, I got other issues. My back is jacked up, and I had some other issues. But when it came to that, I said, well, maybe this is something I can deal with. So I changed my diet. I started eating, my recommended microbes every day, the proper amount of fiber, protein, fats, sugar, and carbs. That kind of helped a little bit. And then I went on this soup diet for a week. Um, it's vegetable soup and it's low calories, low carbs. So that kind of got me some weight off of me. And this week, well, I did my soup diet last week, and this week I'm eating just straight meat, basically. And for my vegetable, I'll eat an avocado for healthy fat. So basically, I'm trying to allow my body to use the fat that's on my body for energy instead of using carbohydrates for energy and sugar for energy, because I'm not eating any sugar. I'm eating little, if any, carbs, and I'm just eating, I don't know, chicken breast, beef, eggs, egg whites, like I said, avocado, and water. And I think it's working out because I'm a little lighter than I was last week, and I need to eat like this for about, I don't know, 4 to 5 days before I can tell if my body's in keto. And then if my body's in keto, then I know that my body is using the stored fat as energy, and that's the goal that I'm shooting for, so I can burn some fat off my body. So yeah, see, I I just went on a little rant telling y'all how much I ain't really giving a fuck about what's going on in this country, because I got my own shit to worry about, and there ain't shit that I can say or do or complain about that's going to change anything that's going on in this country. I titled the show, How Long Will America Last? And the answer is 250 years, because this is the 250th anniversary of America coming up on Saturday. And in 250 years, I believe that the country is destroyed, it's gone. We have white racists running the country. We have corporations and billionaires starving people in this country. We have military and police killing people on the streets of America. We have racism running rampant all over this damn country. People aren't checking or correcting the abuse that black Americans are receiving in this country. As a matter of fact, they're allowing it to happen. And I think America is fucked at this point in time. At 250 years, the white man has destroyed one of the most one of the best countries that has been developed on the planet. The white man has actually taken this country to a whole different new level of low when it comes to the way it treats its citizens and humans, and you can count this as America isn't what it used to be. And I don't think that there's ever going to be a time where we get back to that, to where at least people pretended to care about this country. They pretended to care about one another, and that allowed a little leadway so the country could progress and society could do better. But now, today, you're looking at people who can't even afford health care. They can't afford these high-ass food prices. You can't afford to put gas in your car. You can't buy a fucking house. You can't and because you can't buy a house, you can't plan like I did, or my parents did, or their parents did. You just can't do it. I was looking at the houses in my community today. Well, no, I got a mailer in the community. You know how the realtors mail you out these mailers, and there was a realtor mailed out a mailer and a house right down the street from me. The price tag on there was $238,000, and I looked at that. I was like, "This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous," because I paid $96,000 for my fucking house. And who the fuck can afford a $237,000 house? I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm looking at the people in the area here. I know if you're from another part of the country, then that might not be high to you at all. But whenever I paid $96,000 for this house, and now they're telling me that the houses in my community is worth $236,000, I'm like, what the fuck is going on? If I wanted to sell my house, I imagine I would get $230,000, but then I would have to turn around and spend that $230,000 on another goddamn house, so I'll be at zero, basically. So, and then I'm talking about me and other homeowners moving through the system. But what if you're not already a homeowner? What if you're working in this economy where the minimum wage is $7.25? You're not going to be able to afford a $237,000 house. You're just not, because that is the minimum wage down here, $7.25 an hour. And if you work 8 hours a day, then you're going to make, well, let me do my math here. 725 times 8. You're making $58 a day. And then times 5. That's $290 a week. Times 4. That's $1,100 a month. Times 12, that's $13,000 a fucking year. There's no way in the fuck making $13,000 that you're going to be able to afford a goddamn $230,000 house. You just aren't, because on a $13,000 house, I'm going to say $237,000 house, I'm assuming that your mortgage is around $1,600 to $2,000 a month. You only make $1,160 a month. You can't afford it. There's no need for me even doing the goddamn math. You can't afford it. And, I got my own conspiracy on why houses are the way they are. And, because I think I try to think outside of the way the norm is. And if you think about it, and if I'm looking around and I'm looking at who has the jobs that can be able to afford something like that, and it's not black people. I'm not saying black people don't have good jobs, because they do. I'm saying if you look around and who can afford a $237,000 house with a $2,000 a month mortgage, it's not black people. And the economy is in a position to where, even though those white people are working and they probably perhaps can afford to buy that house, the poor white people are being priced out of the damn market, and they're too stupid to know it. And they're just going along with whatever these goddamn corporations say because of racism and white supremacy, and they think that they're going to get something and all this kind of bullshit. And nobody is raising enough hell with these corporations be pricing the average person out of the house. Nobody, you can't even afford a home nowadays. So the youth is fucking fucked. I don't know how they're going to make it, because like I said, I could afford my house on my income, right? And because the market has gone crazy and people are greedy nowadays, the youth is not even going to be able to afford it. I don't know what the hell. And you see a lot of these YouTube videos where people are living in their cars, they're living in their vans, and then they got this thing, this whole movement called tiny homes, right? They're basically sheds. You seen the sheds on the in the parking lot at Home Depot or Lowe's. People are buying those sheds and they're converting them to houses or living areas, and they calling them tiny homes. You know, what kind of situation is America in where you got people who are now, instead of buying homes, are living in sheds and raising families in sheds, you know, and living in their cars. This is crazy. People can't afford to live in this fucking country no more. You know, and I know that the videos on social media make it look all glamorous and, oh, I got a tiny home and all this. No, you living in a goddamn shed. You can't afford a house because the prices are too high, right? That's not the America that I know. You know, when I was coming up, you know, you could at least afford to start you a family and have a house and build from there. But now you can't even do that. You got to live in a goddamn shed and your car and a van and convert your van and live. It's crazy. It's crazy. These people that's living off grid, they're not living off grid because it's a smart move or whatever. They're living off grid because society has forced them out into the damn wild because you can't afford it. People can't afford it. You know, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's a great thing to learn how to survive like that, of course. But in my opinion, you're being forced out of the neighborhoods and into your car and it's just crazy, you know. And you got Donald Trump. I think last week they had a piece of legislation that would assist with housing, and Donald Trump refused to sign it. And this is what I don't get, why these motherfuckers don't see that they're supporting a fucking billionaire who don't give a fuck about them. But, you know, you have to argue with these motherfuckers because they put 100% of their effort into supporting this man who don't give a fuck about them. 100% of their effort was spent defending this man who's a pedophile and a liar, and he steals from people, and now he's tearing down the country at the 250th anniversary of this country. That's why I said, how long will America last? It'll be 250 years because America is done right now. There is no more America as I knew it coming up. You know, this America here is for the elite, for the rich, for racists, for people who don't give a fuck about the average American. They don't. This is who America is for. And then as you look at the supporters for this idiot, you got a bunch of brain dead fools who's blindly just trying to defend this guy. That's what happens when. Oh, I see Sarge is in the chat room. Sarge, you know what? I should have titled this show tonight. Welcome to the chat, Sarge. I should have titled this show tonight Birthright Citizenship. That's what I should have titled this show tonight. And then speaking of that proves my point that these people are the birthright. I don't know if you guys know or not, but there was a decision made on birthright citizenship by the Supreme Court. Let me see if I can pull it up. All right. And it goes right along with what I'm saying here about how stupid these motherfuckers is. This is the NPR. Let's see what it says. Because I've argued this conversation over and over again on this show here. It says the Supreme Court upholds the birthright citizenship on constitutional grounds. In a sharp rebuke to President Trump, the Supreme Court ruled Tuesday that the Constitution guarantees automatic birthright citizenship to virtually all children born in the United States of America. Does that sound familiar? Chief Justice John Roberts wrote in a 6-3 opinion citing both colonists' demand for the right of the Englishmen as well as the abolitionists' lauding of the ancient and universal rule of citizenship by birth alone. Citizenship then and now was the right to have rights, to freely participate in our political community. The framers of the 14th Amendment extended the promise to every person, every freeborn person in this land, Roberts wrote. We keep that promise today. The vote was 6-3, depending on how you count it. Altogether, 5 justices signed on to the Roberts opinion, and the 6th justice, Brett Kavanaugh, agreed that only the federal legislation enacted in 1950 grants automatic citizenship for the children born in the United States. Justice Clarence Thomas, the Coon, wrote the lead dissent, a 91-page optus that agreed with President Trump's assertion that the 14th Amendment only applied to former slaves and their descendants. Okay, let me pause there. Why is this motherfucker a justice? Why is this motherfucker a justice if he can't read 8th grade fucking language in the Constitution? Why is Clarence Thomas a justice? Anyway, I'll continue. The Thomas dissent added that he was not only sure that today's majority opinion would stand the test of time, that the opinion was joined by Justice Neil Gorsuch, with Justice Samuel Alito writing separately, Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, who, like Thomas, is an African American, responded to some of the themes of Thomas' dissent. Despite his long-standing endorsement of a colorblind society, Justice Thomas now surprisingly suggests that citizenship clause was a race-conscious remedial measure relating to only free slaves. This is a genius-ass woman. Because Clarence Thomas argued about affirmative action, America being colorblind, all of his fucking opinions about the voting rights and America being a colorblind society and all of this kind of bullshit. The Coon Thomas, that was his arguments. And Jackson just told this coon, oh, it's mighty funny that now you're saying the 14th Amendment is for black people and their descendants when your whole goddamn career was about arguing about a colorblind America. When you want to be racist, when you want us to decide a racist, change the goddamn Constitution to be racist towards immigrants, all of a sudden you aren't colorblind anymore, and you're telling us that the Constitution was for black people, but every other decision you made, you base it on being a colorblind society. Well, this is a genius ass woman. I mean, good for you, Justice Jackson. Okay. The decision firmly rejected the executive order of Donald Trump issued on the first day of his second term. It sought to bar citizenship for babies born in the United States to parents who either entered the country illegally or who was living and working here legally with temporary visas. The executive order never went into effect because every lower court judge who received it concluded, in the words of one judge, it was blatantly unconstitutional. This is the same shit I was saying. Trump has long maintained that the Constitution does not guarantee birthright citizenship. That's the dumb shit Sarge was saying because he's an idiot. But as the Chief Justice Roberts observed, the men who wrote the 14th Amendment to the Constitution after the Civil War defined citizenship in broad terms on purpose, rejecting the views of those who wanted to limit citizenship. The resulting language of the amendment, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. Trump maintained that the provision was meant to apply to former slaves, but wasn't meant to imply to the entire word of to occupy the United States of America. That interpretation, however, has not been embraced by the courts or legal norms of the country for 160 years. In other words, because he's racist and he looked at the wording of the 14th Amendment and he see immigrants coming into the country and having American babies, because he don't want those American babies to be in this quote unquote white country, they just misinterpret the Constitution where they thought it was weakest at. When it says all persons born or naturalized in the United States of America and subject to its jurisdiction thereof, they were saying that doesn't apply to immigrants because we're white. We're a white country. And the only person that it applies to is us whites and the former slaves of this country. That's what that racist goddamn executive order was talking about. But as they pointed out, the legal norms in this country for 160 years is if you're born in the United States of America, then you're a goddamn citizen. That's exactly what the 14th Amendment says in the Constitution. Now, you know what? Let me veer off for a little bit, okay? And I'm gonna surprise you with what I say next. Because I don't agree with the 14th Amendment. I want you to listen to me. Tyrone Thompson, don't agree with the 14th Amendment. I think it makes the country vulnerable. I think that because the country laws are weak and the way that it's written, it allows not only Mexican people, but Asian people, Jewish people, European people, people of all walks of life from all over the planet to come into this country and just take this motherfucker over. That's my view, okay? So I'm not just looking at the goddamn Mexicans. I'm looking at all of these immigrants that come in here, especially like the Jews, and just plant their seeds here, and all of a sudden they're taking over America. And that's what you see when you look at an organization like AIPAC. Okay, so now you know that how I feel about the 14th Amendment truly. But at the same fucking time, if there's a 55 per mile per hour speed limit sign, that's the fucking law. It don't say 56. It don't say 58. It says 55. And the 14th Amendment says that all persons born in this country are United States citizens. That's just simple. So I argue from the perspective about the 14th Amendment for what the fuck it says. Not my personal opinion, right? And what these motherfuckers did was they took their personal opinion and they tried to change the goddamn Constitution. And that's unconstitutional and illegal. So I see where they're coming from with their argument, but it's against the fucking law. Okay? It's against the law. If you have a baby in America, then that baby is an American. Period. That's just what the fuck the Constitution said, regardless of what the fuck I feel about it. Or how vulnerable I think that it makes this country. The law is the fucking law. And these people are so goddamn cult-minded, following an idiot that don't know anything about the goddamn law, that they tried to rip up the goddamn Constitution. They don't give a fuck about this country as long as they following their cult leader. All right, Robert's opinion for the court appointed pointed to court's landmark rulings well over a century ago in the case of Wong Kim Ark. You remember hearing that conversation on the show. Born in San Francisco in 1873, a Chinese immigrant. Back then, with no documentation was required for immigrants to enter the United States. And his parents ran a business in San Francisco until they ultimately returned to China. In 1895, their son visited their family and was denied re-entry upon his return to the United States on the ground that he was not a citizen. He challenged that denial and won in a Supreme Court decision. So there was already precedence. They have already made this decision in 1895 that if you was born here, you are a citizen. So why in 2026 do these racists get a chance to upend society and tell us we don't know what the hell we see, and this Wong Kim Ark decision was never made? You know, why the fuck is why do we even have to go this far to read the goddamn Constitution? The justices interpreted the words "subject to the jurisdiction thereof" to mean that children born in the United States were automatically granted citizenship. With three limited exceptions, only one of which exists today for the children of foreign diplomats. The decision of Wong Kim Ark case was so widely accepted that even in the periods of great hostility to immigrants, the notion of birthright citizenship remained untouchable. So much so that in World War II, when Japanese citizens were held enemy aliens in detention camps in the United States of America, their newborn children were automatically granted American citizenship because they were born in the United States. In addition, Congress subsequently codified that legal understanding. The ACLU's Cecilia Wang, herself birthright citizenship born of Chinese parents, argued the birthright citizenship case in April before the Supreme Court, and she put it, the men who wrote the 14th Amendment deliberately chose to confer automatic citizenship on a child, not the parent, and the idea being that in America, we do not punish children for the sins of their fathers, but instead we wipe the slate clean. When you are born in this country, we're all Americans. Yeah, she put a little spin on it, but the point is the same. Sarge, you're a dumbass. You're a dumbass. You're a cult following blind dumbass, and the 14th Amendment says what the fuck it says. The Supreme Court didn't have any other damn choice but to interpret the words that are in the 14th Amendment. And for all of these months, you just been looking like a goddamn fool, actually picking up the goddamn phone, calling into here and saying publicly that the 14th Amendment doesn't say what the fuck it says. Now, once again, a little side note here about my personal opinions on the 14th Amendment. This is Tyrone's opinion. I think it makes the country vulnerable. I think there need to be a tighter grip on people that are allowed in this country. And I think it makes us, susceptible to people just planning to come over here, have babies, and emboldening their own nations by creating businesses over here and sending resources out of the country and doing what the fucking Jews is doing, inevitably developing a whole goddamn country because, they had fucking babies in America. That's just my opinion. I think it makes us weak. But my opinion is not the goddamn law. And the Constitution says what the fuck it says. So whenever these people crossing the border or coming to this country and they having babies, Hispanic babies, those Hispanic babies are American citizens. So where did that put us at now? Because these people can't read the goddamn Constitution, the Trump administration have attacked American citizens with the military. Do you understand where I'm coming from? They have turned the force of the United States military in the form of ICE and the police on American citizens that was born in the United States of America, and they put them in internment camps. This is how dangerous and destructive this administration is. Because they can't tell who the fuck is an American citizen, they turn law enforcement on American citizens to kick them out of the country and lock them up. This is a fact. And now they're doing it to the Haitians. Right? When they getting rid of their temporary protective service for the Haitians, these Haitian people came to America and have babies. And those babies are American citizens. They did it to the Cubans in Florida. Those Cuban people that came over here and had babies, those Cuban children are American citizens. This is how hateful and destructive the white man is when it comes to his own citizens. This is not something I'm making up. The Supreme Court agrees with me that these children are American citizens. And when you got people like ABC and Sarge, because they're cult followers, they don't give a damn about the rule of law. All they give a fuck about is if the massa got cold water to drink. That's all they give a shit about. Whatever the massa say, that's what the hell they give a fuck about. They done lost all goddamn common sense. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And I would like to hear Sarge's opinion tonight, and I'm inviting him to speak because I can't even imagine what he would say. Let me see. Let me just guess. I'm assuming that he's going to attack the Supreme Court. He's going to attack the people that shot down Donald Trump's executive order. And somehow or another, he's going to tell us our lying eyes don't see what the goddamn Constitution said. That's a basis of his rejection of what the fucking Supreme Court said because he's just a fucking idiot. He's just an idiot. That Constitution has existed for at least, 250 years? That's where we at? I don't know how old let me see how old the Constitution is. Oh. $239 years. It signed with 239 years. The ratification was 238 years ago. Inactive audit. So about 237 years is how old that Constitution is, and they've been going by that same document for a long time. And all of a sudden, when the orange idiot that don't know how to run his businesses, that is a fucking child predator, that is a fucking pedophile, that sexually abuses women, that lies all the time, that steals from the American public, and the list goes on and on. Whenever this guy tells you what the Constitution says, you automatically believe him. That tells me the kind of individual you are. All of MAGA has got to be the most dumbest people in American history, in world history. Those people are fucking stupid. I want you to look at what is going on in Washington right now. Supposedly, they supposed to be having a 250-year celebration because of it's America's birthday. It's the 250th birthday of America. And to put it, I don't know how to put it. Nobody turned up for this piece of shit event that Donald Trump had. Nobody turned up to celebrate America's 250th anniversary. And that's wild to me. Because being here on this planet for 59 years, America has never missed an opportunity to celebrate patriotism, the greatness of America, what we stand for. Never. All through school, as far back as I can remember, when somebody say America, everybody stand up and put their flags on and just embrace this damn country. At one point in time, I was believing that bullshit because I even said on this show that this is the greatest country in the world. I don't believe that shit no more though. Because I fell for the bullshit. Right? This motherfucker can't even get Americans to turn up for a celebration in Washington, D.C. This is the motherfucker that they following. The state fair was supposed to be a week-long event. And people were supposed to be showing up in Washington, celebrating America, and doing all these things, right? All week long. They supposed to be celebrating. Motherfuckers ain't showing up. And not only are they not showing up, they're unable to see. The way it was described to me is there's 50 states in the United States of America. And every state basically has a state fair. I don't know if you ever been to one. I've been to a state fair before, and that's where you get your funnel cakes and everything is dipped and fried in fucking grease, and everybody's celebrating, and they got all these state related events at these state fairs, right? So what was supposed to happen is each one of the states was supposed to have been represented in Washington doing their own little special thing, right? And people from all over America was supposed to show the fuck up, celebrate America, embrace their state, all this shit, right? It's supposed to have been a celebration. So I don't know what the fuck the plan was, but the results is the first day of the state fair, there was a man up there masturbating. Okay, y'all think I'm lying. That was the headline news. I'm gonna Google this because I hate the I think I'm just putting it in the headline. Okay, here it is. Here's the headline right here. A MAGA man arrested for masturbating at Trump's America's 250 spectacle. There was a MAGA man, because this is who MAGA is, some nasty, degenerate motherfuckers. And this is the HuffPost says MAGA personality was arrested at Donald Trump's Great American State Fair last week after a witness said that they saw him masturbating to an aerobics act with while clad in an Uncle Sam get up. So this man was dressed as Uncle Sam. Oh my goodness. This man was dressed as Uncle Sam and watching an aerobics performance, and he was beating his goddamn meat at the goddamn celebration. These are the kind of degenerates that are showing up to this thing. His name is Gian Rachitelli. Let's see if they got a picture of Gian. Oh, there he is, all decked out in Uncle Sam gear, right? That is crazy. Rachitelli, a right-wing live streamer who goes by the name Manny online, was charged with lewd, indecent, obscene acts after being apprehended at the problem-plagued patriotic spectacle in Washington, D.C. last Thursday. The arrest documents reviewed include 3 separate witness statements. One detailed-oriented observer told the police officers that they saw Rachitelli recording female circus performers before he stuck his right hand in his pants and moved it back and forth approximately 6 times in what appeared to be self-pleasure or masturbation. These are MAGA. Another reported a performer from the circuit mechanic troupe approached them to point out the older white male who was making lewd gestures in his pants during their act. Okay, so that was like the kickoff for this fucking 250-year celebration that Donald Trump put on. And not only that, they had fucking $20 hot dogs, $20 hamburgers, ice cream costing $10. In other words, the price of food was fucking too expensive for people to afford. And Fox News is running around pretending like everybody in the goddamn country showed up to this piece of shit goddamn America Fest when they didn't. They didn't. Like I said, Donald Trump has destroyed America at the 250th anniversary of America being here. He has bulldozed the goddamn White House. He has bulldozed the White House. He's imprisoned American citizens. He's killed American citizens. He sent American troops to war and lost a goddamn war. America is done. Who's this unknown caller?
Okay, nigga, you challenge me. I'm here. I'm ready to whoop your goddamn ass, and you make sure you clear the decks so I'm able to tell you why I'm about to whip your goddamn ass.
How you doing tonight?
Happy 4th of July to you, too.
Happy 4th of July. Yeah, well, you go ahead, man. Ain't nobody else on the line. Go ahead. I ain't going to interrupt you.
Are you sure of that?
I just said it.
All right, well, I don't trust you, but we'll see. All right, anyway, first of all, I'm not going to be rambling. I'm not going to be repetitive. I'm going to give you the evidence that the Supreme Court should have considered. And this is what you need to consider, because I put it in the chat room so you in particular could read it. Now, I'm going to just read what I put in the chat room. At no time during the history of the United States, even during the most intense periods of conflict between Indians and settlers, and prior to the 14th Amendment's ratification in 1868, was there any meaningful discussion that Aboriginal Americans were not legally born within the jurisdiction of any state or territory, despite the fact that their legal status was widely recognized. Indians who were subject to tribal jurisdiction on reservations or within an Indian nation were not allowed to be citizens of the United States until Congress passed the Indian Naturalization Act of 1924. That is a fact. That's not my opinion. It is inconceivable to me that any logical interpretation of the 14th Amendment would allow illegal alien parents from another country to self-confer United States citizenship upon their illegal alien children by violating U.S. immigration law while simultaneously denying that same status to Indians legally born in the country. You cannot answer that. I don't think you're even going to respond to it. You're going to act like it didn't exist. Because the Supreme Court, for all practical purposes, act like it didn't exist. But that's not all. I ain't finished yet. You think that's all I got with this issue as long as I've been studying this shit? Hell the fuck no. Solicitor Sauer, when he made his case for the Supreme Court, said exactly the same things I'm about to say and a whole hell of a lot more. And like I said, you and all the rest of the dummies out there, especially that illiterate Kentaji, who can't even read, talk about stealing wallets in Japan, stupid motherfucker. Anyway, the court did not explain why the 14th Amendment did not confer citizenship on children born in the United States tribal Indians. Federal laws govern these children and their parents to the extent the federal government wished to. If the court were right that the citizenship clause applies to anyone who is born here and is subject to our laws, then the 14th Amendment would have conferred citizenship on all tribal Indians. But the exception for tribal Indians was well established at the time and remained until Congress eliminated it by statute in 1924. Damn it, you keep ignoring that, and I know how dishonest you are. Like that fucking Supreme Court, when they ignored it too. And here's another thing that is vital to this. I'm almost finished. I don't like rambling, but I like to make pertinent everything that is pertinent. Representative Bingham, the author of the 14th Amendment, believed the citizenship clause would not apply to the children of temporary visitors. Senator Trumbull, a principal champion of the amendment, agreed. Jacob Howard, who introduced the citizenship clause, agreed. Congressman after congressman during the legislative debates agreed. Congress in 1870 agreed. President Grant's Attorney General agreed. President Grant's Attorney General before that agreed. The Supreme Court in 1873 agreed. State legislatures agreed. Executive branch decision makers over the course of multiple decades agreed. Justice Miller agreed. Thomas Cooley agreed. A battery of other eminent scholars agreed. And the great Justice John Marshall Harlan on 3 separate occasions agreed. And finally, this is my final point, but I got a whole lot more. I don't like hogging the mic unlike you guys. One other thing. This is what Mr. Howard, who sponsored the law in the Senate, said. This is from the congressional debate. The transcript is maintained in the Congressional Register. This is what he said. This amendment, talking about the 14th, will not, of course, he said not, comma, of course, comma. He's making it clear. Everybody with any sense should know this doesn't apply to the following. Include persons born in the United States who are foreigners, comma, aliens, comma. That would mean illegal aliens too, especially them. But he said even aliens, and that implies legal. It will not apply to foreigners, aliens who belong to families of ambassadors or foreign ministers accredited to the government of the United States, but will include every other class of persons. It settles the great question of citizenship and removes all doubt as to what persons are or are not citizens of the United States. This has long been a great desideratum in the jurisprudence and legislation of this country. There is no doubt. The Supreme Court just fucked up. They fucked up as bad as they did in Dred Scott. They fucked up as bad as they did in Plessy versus Ferguson. They fucked up as bad as they did in Roe versus Wade. This decision is worse than all 3 of them combined. It ignores original intent. It ignores the framers' intent, the framers of the legislation. It clearly ignored it. They don't even speak to it. They ignored everything except they made, we're going by the plain text of the Constitution, which even that they're lying about. They said, and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. That meant the total jurisdiction, not just the criminal and regulatory jurisdiction, the entire jurisdiction, political allegiance jurisdiction. If they didn't even address any of it. Don't give me this shit. Don't tell me I'm supposed to just, roll over and play dead. Supreme Court has spoken and nothing more to be said. Hey, I get to look at what they wrote, what they said they based their decision on. I get to look at the history of this amendment. They didn't even follow Wong Kim Ark. Wong Kim Ark, they noted in Wong Kim Ark in their decision that the parents of Wong Kim Ark were here legally and had domiciled themselves permanently. Legally is the key word there. Legally. I swear to God, man, I don't know where you get your jurisprudence. I don't know where Amy Coney Barrett got her jurisprudence from, especially Ketanji. She's a moron. But we know the other 3, the other 2 dames, are ideologues, and we know why they ruled what they did. That damn Roberts.
So what does the American Indian? What does the American Indian shit got to do with this decision?
Nigga, God damn it! I can't believe you just said that. You mean to tell me people legally born in the country of no consideration? Are you crazy?
I'm asking you.
Because listen to me. Listen. Open, take the wax out. They were legally born in the United States, and they were not allowed to be citizens even after the 14th Amendment was passed. Do you get it?
Okay.
Because they were considered to be members of foreign sovereignties, foreign domestic powers. Key word, domestic. Illegal aliens are citizens of a foreign country.
And when did the American Indians...
How come Indian children were not allowed to be U.S. citizens after the 14th Amendment was passed?
When did the American...
You won't even answer that because you can't.
I'm trying to have a conversation with you.
I know you're trying, but I asked you to respond to it and tell me why you think the Indians were not included until they passed a congressional statute in 1924.
I'm asking you, when did American Indians become citizens?
Damn it, I just said in the last sentence. women, look, get this straight now, so because you always get everything wrong. I don't want to mislead you. It's easy for you to get something wrong even when you understand it, or claim you do. Indians who were not subject to tribal jurisdiction, born off the reservation with no intent to be under tribal jurisdiction, living as any other citizen in the state, they were citizens of the state in which they were born. So if you were a citizen of the state, you're paying taxes at the state level, and you're a citizen in that state, then that didn't apply to you. If you lived under tribal jurisdiction, like a tribe the United States had a treaty with, then you were not a citizen at birth. If your parents lived on a reservation, or if they lived with the Indian nations moving back and forth across the plains. Now do you understand?
So if you wasn't in a tribal reservation and you was born in America,
you was just like any other citizen.
Okay, so that's the point I'm trying to make.
But they were subject to tribal jurisdiction.
You asked me to respond to you.
To be members of foreign powers, just like an illegal alien.
You asked me to respond to you. I got clarification.
I know, but you're not really responding to me. You're trying to wiggle your way out of it.
I'm not. I got clarification of your understanding. So I'm going to.
That is a fact. That's not just my opinion.
I said
that was the law.
Okay, so
before 1924, it was the law. It's not Sarge's opinion.
Okay. So.
But you still haven't responded to it. You just
because you won't shut the fuck up.
Okay. Once again, why did not the United States grant citizenship to Indians legally born in the United States after even the passage of the 14th Amendment? They did not become citizens.
We just established.
Their children did not become citizens. Why?
We just established if they wasn't born on a reservation, they was automatic citizens.
I'm talking about the ones that were. God damn it, you ever listen to me? Or pretend like you do?
Listen,
I just said the ones that weren't born on a reservation were ordinary citizens. Do you not hear me? You trying to be obtuse?
No, that makes you a liar.
All right, let me say, nigga, you motherfucker. God damn you to hell.
Okay. Well, that makes you a liar because the Indians that was not born on a reservation were automatic citizens according to the 14th Amendment, and the people who were born on reservation. Shut the hell up! Now, I'm trying to explain. I'm trying to explain. And the people that was born on reservation.
I told you before the 14th Amendment was passed. Those Indians were already citizens. So
that's what you're just saying. What I just said.
Listen to me.
You're just saying what I said.
I'm not yelling loud enough, apparently.
And the Indian Citizenship Act was trying to include those Native American nations that wasn't considered.
It didn't, stupid.
Oh golly. Okay, so you don't want me.
By just being willfully
you don't want me to explain.
You are being willfully obtuse.
Okay.
I just told you that the 14th Amendment did not include those Indians for over 30 years.
So you didn't hear what I said.
You don't even listen. You don't care to listen. You want to believe your little narrative and nothing can shake you from it.
I said the Indian Citizenship Act included those nations.
Yes, it did. Now, why didn't it include them before they passed it?
Because shut up. I'm trying to tell you because there was treaties with the Native Americans that allowed the Native Americans to exist in this country under their own form of government, and that was.
Wait a minute. Yeah. Now let me explain to you why you're so stupid.
Okay.
You just made you clear you're stupid. The reason, like you just said, and you just realized, gave me finally a legitimate answer. Yes, they were subject to treaties. They were treated as members of foreign domestic powers. They were not, in other words, they were not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. Now remember, even though an Indian was a tribal citizen on a tribal reservation, if he committed a crime, he was subject to the U.S. Marshals going on the reservation with a warrant and arresting him and taking him before a court. So he was still subject to the criminal jurisdiction of the United States, But that even then, that didn't mean he was going to be a citizen or his children. You see the point I'm making? Do you understand now?
So this is a red herring because we're not talking about the decision.
It's not a red, you motherfucker. You is the dishonest son of a bitch in existence. I'll rest my case.
Okay, you can rest your goddamn case.
Stupid some more. Go ahead. You're the one that you're a fucking blockhead.
Because we're talking about babies born, whether you're an Indian or not, in America are citizens, and that's what the 14th Amendment says. So,
Indian infant children are Indian infant children. Are they human beings? Yes. They weren't citizens. God damn it! Until 1924.
So you just backtracked on what you said earlier.
You don't want to admit how you.
Okay, I can't talk to you. I can't talk to you because I'm unable.
You don't want to admit how you and the Supreme Court are just so fucked up. It's transparently obvious.
Okay, this is the bottom line. Just admit that you was wrong. That's all you got to do. Just admit that you was wrong. Just admit that you can't read the goddamn 14th Amendment. Just admit you're a dumbass and you can't read the goddamn 14th Amendment. You just said all this shit about Native Americans just because you was wrong. You was fucking wrong.
Nigga, you act like a significant part of American history doesn't even matter.
That's not. I'm talking about you. I'm talking about you calling into this show saying that the 14th Amendment.
Airbrush history out of existence.
I'm talking about you. Oh, I'm talking about. I'm talking about you calling in here saying that the 14th Amendment didn't say what the fuck it said and what I was explaining to you it said. I'm talking about the Supreme Court telling you that you was fucking wrong and you're not being able to accept it on this goddamn phone. You want to bring up some goddamn Native Americans that ain't got shit to do with what the fuck I'm talking about.
And I'm asking you why the 14th Amendment didn't apply to them. Were it wolves or coyotes or something?
Okay, so when you first started...
Why didn't the 14th Amendment apply to them? Why didn't it apply to them?
It does. It does. That's
you
just.
won't even answer, you stupid.
I just answered you. It does.
You know what the fucking answer is.
It does. It does. So that's your answer. So when you first called in here, you said the Supreme Court didn't consider the Native Americans. That's what you said. So I'm asking.
Let me tell you what I said.
No. Let me finish with my statement.
You said you got it partially wrong, but go ahead.
So are laws based off of considerations or decisions?
What?
Are laws based off of considerations or decisions?
Laws are based on decisive action
decision.
That allows them to be passed after a vote by a legislature has deemed them to be law.
So the fact that you wanted the Supreme Court to consider something doesn't matter when they decided that the 14th Amendment. Shut the fuck up. I know it hurts, nigga. I know it hurts.
If they decide to ignore things that are pertinent,
that's not the point. The point is that they made a decision. The point is. The point is that they made a decision.
If it's pertinent and it doesn't give me the result that I want, then we don't need to consider it.
The point is that they decided.
Man, you're full of shit. Do you know it? Okay. Everybody listening to you knows it.
All right, so this is what, because you won't let me talk. Because you won't let me talk, I'm going to open this other line. Who's this other caller?
It's Maze.
What's up, Maze? Sorry to let Maze talk. Go ahead, Maze.
I have a question. When the Supreme Court made their decision, not no bootleg lawyer, they did it. And I was wondering, what about the people with dual citizenship? What do they consider them?
They're dual citizens. What do you mean?
Like they got dual citizenship in one country and they got one in this one. So
that issue was not before the court. They didn't even address it.
I asked you no question. I'm actually talking to Tyrone.
Yeah,
ask that legal scholar. He knows everything about it. You're right.
No, that just means that they just dual citizens. They dual citizens. They're
citizens of both countries, this country and that one. So was that going to push them on? Well, they didn't have any citizenship for this country either, if they had dual citizenship.
No, I mean I don't think they took up.
I was thinking that's why they came up with their decision.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think the dual citizenship applied to what they decided here.
So it would have been applied to the president's wife too.
Well, see, now she's an immigrant,
Yes.
and according to Donald Trump, she's supposed to been kicked out of this goddamn country and his children. You know.
Mm-hmm.
So.
I don't know if Melania renounced her Slovenian citizenship or not. I don't know if she had. Maybe she did, maybe she didn't. But I know this much. As part of the naturalization process, she had to take an oath of allegiance to the United States. If any of y'all, well, you did, Tyrone, but not how is Mays? Has Mays ever taken an oath of allegiance to the United States?
You took one too, I guess.
No, I want to know, did Mays ever take one? Because Melania had to take one to become a U.S. citizen.
I thought you were leaving.
I ain't leaving to hear what stupid shit you got to say so I can mark it down as another moronic comment.
Nothing.
I'm not going anywhere until then.
And why are you cussing Tyrone out? He's not using no words like that with you. You're here like a wild man.
How many times he insulted me already tonight? About 10, 15, I don't know.
I didn't. I was just trying to talk to you. I didn't
He
insult.
called me a coon, and he called me a cult member. He called me every goddamn name on the book.
Okay, I did say
Tyrone
that.
can take it. You ain't got to baby him, baby.
I did say that.
I
said that.
You ain't got to baby him, sweetheart. He can take care of himself. He's a big boy.
I had nothing to do with Tyrone. I'm asking Tyrone questions because I'm sick of talking, listening to you.
I told you why, because he insulted me 50 times tonight. Well, that might be a slight exaggeration, but not much of one.
You're insulting yourself because you're bright. You're very bright. And you know what that means.
Yeah, Melania wasn't born in this country, so she's an immigrant, and as far as her being naturalized, that's all up in the question because of this Einstein visa bullshit. You know,
Wait a minute, what's questionable about it? Are you saying she got her citizenship fraudulently? Because she did go through the process.
Well, I know she didn't. I know she didn't qualify for an Einstein visa.
All right, well, that's got nothing to do with naturalization. How many people have Einstein visas and become citizens?
Well, I'm saying the process.
Another red herring from you.
The process of her naturalization could have been forged too. You know, so there you go.
All right, well, if you think it's fraudulent, why don't you make a complaint to a federal court? It might be. I don't know. But you always bring up this shit as though it's the absolute gospel truth. I don't know what she did or didn't do. You're the one claiming that you might know something she did.
Well, the point that I'm trying to make with this show here is that you was wrong the entire time about the 14th Amendment.
The Supreme Court didn't agree with me. That's
no,
all.
You was wrong. You was wrong.
That ain't nothing new.
You was wrong.
So what? I tell you what, we're going to correct this, however long it takes.
It's done.
It might not be while I'm still alive, but at some point, this shit is going to be undone.
It's done. It's a done deal. I mean, what the fuck?
No, it isn't.
They decided
How long did it take to overcome Plessy versus Ferguson? That was 1898. In 1954, we got Brown versus Board of Education, and Plessy versus Ferguson was over.
All right, go ahead, Mays.
Don't give me that shit.
All right, so we're gonna let Mays talk, and then after Mays, we got Mama's boy.
Yeah, so that makes no sense what he's talking about because he know he's lying and he don't admit when he lied. He's full of lies. But he studied something. I bet you did study it off somebody else's show. But all right, I'll let Mama Boy talk. I don't have how to share.
And basically, guys, Sarge's feelings is hurt because he know he's wrong. He just arguing for some bullshit that.
My feelings are not hurt about this. This is an outrage to the United States and its sovereignty.
Well, that means that means
outrageous to the United States and its sovereignty are important, then you don't deserve to be a citizen.
Well, that means you don't agree with the Constitution.
Yeah, well,
then.
you just keep that shit to yourself.
Well, that means you don't agree with the Constitution. That's all that means.
My feelings are utterly irrelevant.
Tell him to.
Go ahead, Mama's boy.
Peace, family. Peace, family.
What's that?
I only chimed in because I think it's totally unfair to ask regular civilians if they ever took an oath. I really think that's unfair, especially somebody who served in the military, served in law enforcement. So he's had plenty of actions in his life that requires him to take an oath, knowing that most regular American citizens never take an oath in their life.
Because they don't have to.
I mean, it's just a disingenuous way to try to look like you saying something, to ask somebody that you know has been a civilian their whole entire life if they took an oath. You trying to get a W no matter what the fucking cost, where you look stupid doing that. That's the only reason why I chimed in. Sarge is full of shit. He's always gonna be full of shit. He don't know anything else but to remain full of shit. He done been touched on by them white people, and he's never turning back, Tyrone. That's just what that is, and that's what you hear. He comes over here to fight us because we don't love the white people like he do. But peace, family.
I think it's kind of
Just
stupid
thought
to
I
question
would
someone
throw
else's
that out there.
citizenship when you don't know anything about how they obtain their citizenship, and then that's why I said it to her stupid ass, because she's got no business questioning the basis of someone else's citizenship, knowing nothing about it. That's why I specifically said, hey, Melania has taken an oath of allegiance to the United States. What about you? Now, if she hadn't done it, I would never have said it, you goddamn idiot.
Okay. Well, here's the bottom line, guys. Is the 14th Amendment says what it says. Y'all heard me night after night. Come on here, read the 14th Amendment, explain it to you guys and the Sarge, and Sarge insists that somehow or another it doesn't say what the hell we know it says, and that somehow or another when a baby is born in America, they're not citizens, and that's exactly what the 14th Amendment says. And the Supreme Court made a decision validating that if you're born in America, then you are a citizen of America. That's just what the hell the 14th Amendment says. It's always said that. And like I said, my personal opinion, I think it makes America vulnerable. I think that needs to be tightened up, but that ain't got shit to do with me changing the goddamn Constitution. It says what it says. If you're born here, you're a goddamn citizen.
Interpret it the way the framers of the 14th Amendment said it to me. They said it would not include aliens, and you act like that doesn't matter.
Okay, it doesn't
You
say
act
that.
like it's meaningless.
It doesn't say that.
He got
It
an
doesn't
issue
say
there.
Well, technically it is meaningless because the court just voted against that shit. I'm just saying.
that. Yeah, it doesn't say that. Lisa.
People who wrote it don't know anything about it, but you know more about it than they do.
Well, I just read the 14th Amendment. It says what it says. It says what it says. Hey, what's up, Miss Elisa? Welcome to the show.
Hey, Tyrone. Y'all go ahead. Y'all already in the middle of this 14th Amendment. But Tyrone, before y'all get back to it, I agree with your stance on this.
Mm-hmm.
Like how you put it. Personal opinion, I agree with your personal opinion on it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's all I want to say. I'll hit back in.
Well,
but
yeah.
y'all go ahead on.
I mean, that is a flaw. I think it is. But there's nothing I can do. The law is the law. I can't change it. It says what it says.
And he just lip blopping.
But they want to take their feelings and change the damn law, and that's what Donald Trump did with that executive order, trying to outlaw brown babies, basically, that was born in this country, and so Stephen Miller can put them in concentration camps or whatever the hell they're doing. And what it did was it showed you that this administration has locked up American citizens, put American citizens in concentration camps.
Only Democrats do that. Ask Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Only Democrat presidents do that.
No, Donald Trump did it. Donald Trump has did it, and he's
Donald Trump
continuing.
ain't putting no American citizens in concentration camp. You're a liar.
He
You
did.
lied. You just lied.
Donald Trump has taken babies that was born in America and put them in concentration camps and shipped them out of the goddamn country. That is a fact.
Wait a minute. Look, children go with their parents. If I have a child,
They are citizens.
I don't give a fuck whether I'm being deported or not. My child is going to go with me.
They're American citizens.
So they're
They're
going to go
American citizens.
somewhere until they're deported. What do you want to do? Just leave them in the street?
They're American citizens, and now they're trying to undo the Haitian.
I mean, the parents can always leave them with a relative, but why would you give up your responsibility to your children?
That's not the point. The point that I'm making that those children are American citizens.
So I got me an anchor to stay in the United States. Bullshit.
Okay, that's
Can
racist.
I tell you something? What I see, they want to talk about the illegals, and then they want to talk about black people committing crimes. This is their way of staying in office, because that's all they believe in.
Red herring, move the goalpost. Red herring, move the goalpost. It don't matter what. Whatever.
Well, and now they're talking about taking away the Haitians' TPS, temporary protective service, and once again, the Haitian people that had children in America, they are American citizens. So Hey, what's up, Joshua?
Hey, what's up, man?
But Tyrone, I have one more question before I leave.
Okay.
Now, you have some people join the military back in Bush days so they can get their citizenship. What are they going to do with them? What would the plan for them? They're illegals.
You heard what you just said. They get their citizenship. They're citizens, dummy. There's nothing more to be done unless you find grounds to revoke their citizenship. You just said it. They're citizens. It's over.
You went along with it. Don't try to change the subject.
Wait a minute. You said they got their citizenship after honorable service in the armed forces. That was simply part of the deal. They got their citizenship by honorably serving. It's over. They're not going to be deported. Stupid.
Some of them have been.
All right, go ahead, Joshua.
No, I just wanted to say this from he mentioned the Native Americans or Indians, he called them. From a holistic perspective, the Constitution, the 14th Amendment, all that was bullshit to Native Americans. That was something that was made up by white men. White men put that stuff in place, not Native Americans. So, as far as I'm concerned, none of this shit matters to them because they were already here. They were already here. They already was established. Tribally, they were established here in what we call the Americas. So white men come along, making some damn laws that they made up to suit themselves. Really, if you check the laws out, it does nothing but suit them. It really, as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't make any sense at all. It don't even matter to me, because if you ask Native American today that's still around, I mean, as far as if you ask them about the Constitution, most of them holistically would say it was bullshit to them. It didn't matter to them, but they had to abide by it because white men made the laws. They had several wars with them bastards. So at that point of time, they just had to concede with laws that really holistically had nothing to do with them one way or the other. I still believe that it had more so to do with us, in the sense of those Africans who came here on slave ships, to a point, than them, these Native Americans. That's what I got to say, and that's just my opinion. But I think the whole thing was bullshit. As a matter of fact, one thing that Donald Trump he did do, he showed us that some of the stuff that they got in the Constitution really was flawed, because he was able to go in there and just undo it. Some of the shit that he has undone, he was able to go in there and just undo the shit.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, so that's how I look at that, man. And that's all I have to say, Tyrone.
Yeah, I mean, people got mad when I said what I said about the Constitution years ago, but Donald Trump is actually going in there ripping up the goddamn Constitution. Not only him, but him and the Supreme Court are just ripping the goddamn Constitution apart, which shows you that these people didn't love the Constitution like they said they did, because that document is not fair for everybody in this damn country. And white people want to be able to change it so they can have a leg up on everybody else in this country legally, and Donald Trump violating the Constitution, that's a criminal act. I mean, just because he violates the Constitution and he's the president doesn't make it legal. What Donald Trump is doing is illegal. What the Supreme Court is doing is illegal. It's against America's laws. And it's just that we have a system to where either we're not wanting to hold them accountable to it, or we can't hold them accountable. I don't know yet. I think,
and that's why I say, from that perspective of being holistic, if we really honor what those slaveholders have put on paper, okay? Because most of them were slaveholders anyway. Let's holistically, let's look at it from that perspective. If we really honor that, they wouldn't be able to do what they do. But white people have a history of every 30, 20 years is what they do. They change the narrative for them to stay in power. They do it all the time. They did it during Reconstruction. So every time they do this, they change things in order for them to stay in power. And this is what they're doing now. They're doing things to stay in power. They're altering again, like they did before. It's like the Daughters of Confederacy. They wrote the book. They changed the ideal of Confederacy. The ideal of making black people seem that they were not intelligent enough. That it was okay to go in and snatch certain towns and cities from black people. But particularly, that's why it's important that we go back and study Wilmington, North Carolina in the 1800s when they did what they did in that particular state. That helped change the narrative on how they felt how black people should hold power. Because they went right in there and ripped them all up from the power. They went right in and just took it away from them. And they did it illegally, and they did it because they were white men. And they felt that they had the power to do it.
Well, you're absolutely right, man. They don't get no pushback, and then you got people like Sarge and other coons out here that co-sign what the hell they doing.
Right. And like I said, I'm not thinking about what them dudes say, cats that think like Sarge. I'm not thinking a damn thing. Because, again, hypothetically, if they were able to do it with the Heritage Foundation Project 2025, if they get exactly what they want to do, his ass is going to be in trouble too. Okay? Now, he might be an overseer again. He might be another overseer again, but the point of the matter is he going right back on them cotton fields as well.
Well, you guys love to narrate. You got no fucking substance. But narration, you can do that from now to fucking doomsday.
Shut up, George.
Just narrate with no goddamn foundation. It really is vexing. God, just narrate on. Narrate your nigga ass to death.
Tyrone, can you mute that bastard? Damn.
What the hell wrong with you, Sarge?
I must have pinched a nerve or something because he had to say something.
Narrate. Oh, this going. They gonna do this. Them white men, just a fucking narrative. Hey, I'm dealing with the factual shit that you try to say is true that isn't true. You lie, Ron, because you a lying motherfucker about facts. You lie about facts.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Tyrone, here's the thing. None of us on this phone ever thought that they will attack the Civil Rights Act the way they have done. None of us on this phone would never suspect that, especially during this day and time. We never suspected that they would do that. None of us. Now, as consciously aware or sensitive as I am, I didn't even think that they was going to be able to do it that easily. What they say, 51% of the Project 2025 is complete. Really? I never thought that would happen. Like that. I didn't.
Well, yeah, they just, I mean, it is what it is. Donald Trump gave white supremacy and the KKK and those people of that ilk a permission structure to go ahead and continue what their ancestors has always done, which was be racist in this country. And as far as them attacking black people, Haitians, Hispanic people, I think that has a great deal to do with their birth rate being low. And they look at this country as a place where white people can thrive. But they can't thrive as long as brown and black people are in this country having babies at a rate higher than they are. You know, that's why you got organizations like Turning Point USA telling young white women not to educate themselves, just to go into a marriage, go ahead and start having multiple children. They are worried that they are declining on this planet. That's my opinion.
Now, how you going to say that about black women? 39% of all abortions are done on black women. You must have missed something somewhere. Black women didn't used to have 39% of all abortions done on women of childbearing age. They do now. We are not increasing our numbers. We're remaining static. You're wrong.
I said white people numbers are decreasing.
You said they're worried about black people increasing their numbers.
I did
And I'm
not say
telling
that.
you, we are not.
I said white
We
people are
make
worse.
up a disproportionate number
Oh, God.
of abortions. That's
White
a big
people-
reason why.
White people are
And we
decreasing.
don't get married either.
White people are decreasing their numbers, and black and brown people are having babies. That's just a goddamn
Well,
fact.
not black people in the United States. Maybe outside the United States, but not in the United States.
Do you know? You're not listening to what the fuck I said.
I'm listening to what you're saying, nigga, and I just responded to it. You're full of shit. That's why I responded.
Okay. Well, Sister Nobody, I got
Look
your
at the
line.
percentage of the population of black people now, and look at what it was in 1965. Hardly any change. What's wrong with you?
I said black and brown people are having more babies.
I said black. I'm speaking of black people. You can speak
Okay,
of
well
black and
that's
brown
you
to make
you
your
you
case
can't
look good.
you can't
Your
take
case
my
is
goddamn
enhanced
talking point and
by
turn it into
black people
yours.
having babies. Your
You-
case is not enhanced by black people having babies.
Black and brown people are having more babies. Now, Sister Nobody.
See, that's what you got to do to make your case.
Yeah.
If you take the black part out of the equation, it ain't true.
Okay, go ahead, Sister Nobody. This guy.
Hi.
What's happening?
Hi.
What's happening?
Hello, everyone. You know, there was two things mentioned. What can we do? And Sarge mentioned an oath. Well, there are constitutional lawyers that took an oath to defend the Constitution, and I don't hear their voices. I don't hear their voices. They're sitting very quiet during this process. I just wanted to put that out there.
Well, no,
Where's the
you're 100%
constitutional
correct.
lawyers
The
at?
the people that are qualified to actually address these issues, the people that do have the law degrees, they're silent as this democracy is crumbling. They ain't saying shit, and just like me, I'm an amateur. I can see when people are breaking the law, but we need the people with the qualifications to actually step up and actually correct this shit, and they're not doing a goddamn thing. And then especially when you got fucking justices like Clarence Thomas on the fucking Supreme Court saying that he agreed that Donald Trump is right about the 14th Amendment. Why the fuck is he a justice? That doesn't make any goddamn sense to me. That don't make no
now
sense to
a
me.
dissenting judge in a constitutional opinion now needs to get off the court because they don't agree with the majority?
No,
When has that ever been true?
what I'm saying is he's not.
Since when has that ever been true?
No, I'm saying that he can't read the goddamn why can't he read the goddamn
No, I know,
Constitution?
I get you don't like the way he reasons, but you're saying that if you don't agree with the majority, you don't need to be a Supreme Court justice.
No,
That's what you was just
saying if
implying.
you can't interpret those simple ass words, you shouldn't be a
And
goddamn
that's what
justice.
you're saying, man. You're full of shit. The
Listen.
justice has a right to dissent if they think the majority gets it wrong. They
No,
right to
I'm saying,
dissent. It becomes part of the record.
shut up.
No,
I'm
I
saying,
wouldn't even argue with old Kintaji's right to express a dissent.
no, I'm
He's got
saying,
a right to express it.
okay,
And
listen,
then not get kicked off the court because of it.
no, I'm saying as a justice, right? As a justice,
I'm saying as a justice, you have a right to dissent from the majority.
no, as a justice, listen to what I'm saying. Now shut up. As a justice, you should be able to interpret all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdictions thereof are citizens of the United States of the state wherein they reside. You should not, that should not even be a fucking question. If you're wearing a black robe,
And if
what the
Supreme
fuck
Court
that
justice
says?
doesn't agree with you on that, they shouldn't be on the bench.
No, it's
Okay,
not.
okay,
There's nothing
Mr.
to
Master
agree.
Tyrone,
Sorry, listen to me.
okay,
Sorry,
I
listen to
hear
me.
you.
Sorry, listen to me. There's nothing to agree or disagree with. It says what it says. Do you
Man,
understand
I
it?
read the statute. I even cited to you what it said. I cited you what the authors of the amendment said.
Okay, let's
You
do it
don't
like this
agree
right
with
here.
the people
Let's
who
do it
wrote
like.
the goddamn thing. You don't think they knew what they were writing.
Okay, so let's do
You
it like
just
this.
told me that.
Let's do it like this. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Shut up.
Much
Shut-
less illegal ones.
Shut up.
And you
Let's do,
say they didn't know what they were talking about.
let's do it like this. What does all persons born mean? What does that mean?
And subject to the jurisdiction.
No.
thereof.
I'm asking you a question.
can't separate
I'm
one
trying to
from
prove
the
a
other.
point. No, I'm trying to prove a point. What does all persons born mean?
It means what it says. If you're born under the United States, that's all persons.
No.
And
I ain't
subject
asked
to
you
the
none of that.
jurisdiction thereof.
I ain't asked you none of that.
cannot separate one part of it one from the other. They are both contiguous.
I didn't ask you none of that. I said
I know
what?
you didn't, because you want to try to win the argument like the hack you are.
I'm trying to ask you.
God damn it, you ain't bullshitting me. Go bullshit your weak-minded acolytes.
I'm trying to ask you a simple question about 3 fucking words. What does all persons?
And I responded to you, and I stand by what I said.
What does all persons born mean? In other words,
We already answered that. Stop it.
okay,
Stop
it means
If
all
the judge
persons.
now-
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
If we was in court, the judge would say asked and answered. Move
Okay, so
on.
so it means that a human being coming out of another human being.
Oh, God.
That's what all persons born mean. Coming, a person being born, and then the other part says, "Shut the fuck up." Shut up. The other part says, "or naturalized." Now, naturalization is a process where you have to go through to become a citizen. So it says all persons born or naturalized. So we got 2 categories where you can be a goddamn citizen so far. Either you're going to have to be born here or you're going to have to be sworn into the country or naturalized, right? And then it says in the United States of America, in the United States. So it's telling you all persons born in the or naturalized in the United States. That is clear. And then it's got a comma. And then it says, and subject to the jurisdictions thereof. Meaning, shut the fuck up. I'm trying to explain it to you. It says, and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. That means that person that came out of the vagina or that person that raised their right hand and swore in is subject to the jurisdictions thereof where the fuck they are. Okay? It said, are citizens of the United States. So right there, it puts a goddamn end to the questions. In the first part, shut the fuck up. It puts an end to the question because it tells you that the person that are born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. That's what it says. Period. So Clarence Thomas, shut the fuck up. Clarence Thomas, shut the fuck up. Clarence Thomas with all these goddamn, shut the fuck up.
That means they're subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Gee, thanks for educating me, Lyrone.
Okay, so Clarence Thomas, with all of his goddamn law degrees, can't understand that simple fucking language in the first sentence of the 14th Amendment, and his dumbass says that he agrees with Donald Trump. Shut the fuck up.
The history of the amendment, now did he?
His dumbass, shut the fuck up.
All he did was study its history. All he did was read the debates on the floor that's still in the transcripts from those debates.
Okay,
he
guys.
has a complete understanding of it. Not a stupid, moronic-minded, facile, vapid understanding like you do.
Okay, so Clarence Thomas says in his dissent that he agreed with Donald Trump that the 14th Amendment don't say what the fuck I just said it said. So, and this is why I say he shouldn't be a judge.
It definitely don't mean what you're trying to say it does.
I'm not, listen, the problem is you think that I'm trying to say it says something else. And that's why.
You are. You're saying it means illegal aliens can give birth to citizens. That's what you're saying it does.
No, I didn't say that. I said that all persons.
You agree with the Supreme Court. That's what they said.
Sarge, listen. Does all.
I am listening. Do you believe what you say or what? Or
Sarge.
do you just say words?
Okay, so let me go from your angle. Can illegal aliens give birth in the United States of America?
Yes, and they can't give birth to U.S. citizens.
Okay. So once that illegal alien give birth in the United States, is that baby a citizen?
No.
Okay, so now you're stupid. No, because you shut the fuck up.
I'm not changing my answer.
You don't have to change it. Okay, Sarge, I'm going to mute you because you're full of shit. I'm going to mute you for one shit. Sarge, because you're stupid. Because the first 3 goddamn words says all persons born. And when you just said that an illegal alien can have a baby in the United States of America, that means that person was born in the United States of America, which makes that born person a goddamn citizen. This is why I say you, Clarence Thomas, Donald Trump, And the other idiots that can't read those first 3 motherfucking words are fucking idiots. And now you want to go on this long diatribe because you're racist and you don't like illegal immigrants, and to tell me why those first 3 words don't mean what the fuck you just agreed that they fucking meant, you idiot.
The Supreme Court disregards the original intent of the authors of a legislation.
There's no original intent. It says what it says. It says what it says.
They did it this time because they wanted a result.
Okay, so let me go with your little narrative here. Where at in the 14th Amendment does it say original intent?
Are you being that obtuse?
You said you brought it into the conversation.
Well, then shut up and let me explain it to you, since you're playing dummy.
Okay.
Original intent is what the Supreme Court uses to divine what an author of a legislation or an action meant. It is common when they make decisions. They try to discern the original intent of the framer of a law.
Okay, so let me ask you this.
So
where does it? Wait a minute, hold on.
It's in the deliberative process of the fucking Supreme Court.
Where does it point to that direction that you? Shut up! I'm talking to you. Where does it point to that direction that you just gave me? Where does it point to in the 14th Amendment that they use those processes?
You keep descending into the pit of stupidity with every question you ask.
Okay.
You get more stupid.
Okay.
It is a deliberative technique the Supreme Court uses in almost every decision they make. God damn you.
Okay, so where does it say that in the
14th Amendment? It's not even in the Constitution.
Okay, so now we're on the same track now. What you just said has nothing to do with the goddamn 14th Amendment. So you, I mean, goddamn.
What
I mean, you're just taking.
You crazy man.
You're just taking.
Where in the Constitution that says you have a federal right to an abortion? They just said we're going to determine it by looking at original intent. Stupid.
Okay, so you just said that all of that shit that you just said is not in the 14th Amendment, okay? So
well, asked and fucking answered. Already.
Okay, so none of the shit that you arguing about is in the 14th Amendment. What is?
I tell you one thing though, you're as stupid as you are, you're smarter than Ketanji Jackson Brown is.
What is in the 14th Amendment is what I've been reading. All persons born or naturalized in the United States of America and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are United States citizens.
I mean, you just keep reading mindlessly as though that supports your position is nothing else.
It's just words. It's just.
That's the problem with you. You just mindlessly read the same thing over and over. And
because words have meaning.
Your position.
Words have
all the other considerations that the Supreme Court makes when they try to determine these things are now null and void. We're not going to apply that type of reasoning in this case.
Okay, so hold on. Let me get this out.
I never heard no shit like you.
Sean, you don't let me talk. You don't let me talk. You just try to explain to me that your interpretation of how those words have meaning because you're trying to insert them into the 14th Amendment. So your power behind the things that you're trying to tell me is that the words that you're trying to insert into the 14th Amendment has fucking meaning. But you won't say that the words that are on the goddamn paper sitting right here in front of you have any goddamn meaning. You're trying to tell me that the words that I'm reading is irrelevant and they don't have meaning. But these are the words that are the fucking law. These are the words that made it to the Constitution, not your interpretations of what you think about how they come up with their opinions. Those words are not in here. Words have meanings, and that is why the Supreme Court made the decision that they made, and that's why you're an idiot for trying to include some shit that ain't even in the goddamn 14th Amendment about how you think they come up with their goddamn decisions to interpret the 14th Amendment when the 14th Amendment don't need to be interpreted when it's got these simple ass words right here in front of us. You're trying to just discard what the fuck we see right. This is a whole right wing way of they do shit. When you see shit right in front of your goddamn eyes, they telling you that you don't see what you see. You're not reading what you're reading. Somehow or another, the founding fathers intended this and intended that. That ain't what the fuck the law is. The law is right here in front of your goddamn face. And I'm, for one, this is why I frustrate you so much. I don't fall for that shit because it's right here. You all that shit you saying is irrelevant. You just bought into right-wing propaganda and their fucking interpretation of whatever the fuck you're trying to say, and it's irrelevant. All of that shit is irrelevant, and that's what you don't understand. Do you understand that now?
Do you understand that I actually read the decision of the Supreme Court, and I noted what they did not include in it, and I compared it to past decisions by this very same court of the very same people, and they address all of the things I am bringing up to you, like original intent, like a plain text understanding, like historical and Supreme Court and common law precedent, all the things they normally examine in the course of the decision, and many of those things, to include this that I just told you a little while ago, they completely excluded, after they wrote the 14th Amendment, an entire class of hundreds of thousands of people legally born in the United States called American Indians were excluded from citizenship. They were legally born in the United States, not illegally born, and none of them or their children were allowed to be citizens until 1924, and the Supreme Court didn't even address that anomaly.
Okay, so
you know what? I don't give a good goddamn what you think about my reasoning. I'm going to know it's better than yours. It's better than 6 members of the Supreme Court too, because I'm going to look at what they've always done and ask myself, why didn't they do that this time?
Okay, so I don't know a lot about the American Indians, but and don't interrupt me, but let me give you my interpretation of what you're trying to say here. Back in the day, the American Indians and the United States government, because they were tribal people, they come to this understanding or an agreement that the natives can govern themselves and all this kind of stuff, right? So whenever the natives came up to this treaty or understanding, then no, they don't fall up under the goddamn Constitution. They don't fall up under the laws of the United States of America. They didn't. So whenever they came up with their amendments, their 14 amendments, they weren't included in the laws of America. And then it wasn't until 1924 when they said, oh, okay, so everybody is included now. So you're trying to twist that the white people taking the American Indians' fucking land and saying that somehow or another the 14th Amendment is invalid because they didn't include these people. They already had a previous agreement with that group of people, and that's why I say what you're saying is irrelevant because it doesn't apply to the 14th Amendment. They did.
Tyrone, Tyrone, that's where I was coming from.
It has to be. You have to declare it to be.
That's what I was saying, Tyrone. That's what I was coming from.
Should we
that
take
had nothing to do with them.
Hey, man,
that had
look
nothing to do with them.
Let me tell you something. I look at
that had nothing to do with them.
You know, I love this line of reasoning. The reason they didn't include the Indians in the 14th Amendment, listen very carefully. This is the legal constitutional reason, not the narrative reason. The legal constitutional reason is because they were members of foreign powers. That's legally what they were considered. Foreigners. They were foreign powers. They were sovereign in their jurisdiction, just like illegal aliens are in the same legal status. That's why the children of Indians could not be U.S. citizens any more than an illegal alien's child should be. You don't understand it because you don't want to understand it.
No, hey Tyrone. But
I have a question.
Tyrone, let me say this right quick. Basically, what he said was again, it's a bunch of bullshit. He's trying to hold this. He's trying to apply that to folks who are already here. Yeah. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't. Get the hell out of here.
My question.
The fucking Constitution. God damn it! That document that you hate and despise.
My question is the argument that Sarge continues to go off about tonight, is that the same argument that the lawyer for the government, is that the same argument he made that lost at the Supreme Court?
Largely dismissed it.
So you're pleading with us an argument that failed at the Supreme Court.
No, I'm trying to explain to you why it is defective.
What do you mean, no? You just said it was the same argument.
Opinion is defective. It is defective because they
Tyrone,
didn't consider it.
You brought up something earlier,
you don't think it is,
and I didn't chime in. I didn't chime in, but since I'm on the line now, I will make a response to what you said. And you know what you said. And my answer to that is, Tyrone, don't ever forget, you can't fix stupid. There's nothing you can do with it. You can't fix stupid. So I'm going to let you have it. I just had that one question.
Because I'll beat your ass in a debate any day of the week with half my brain tied behind my back, and you fucking ain't well know it. That's why you do the way you do.
Okay, so listen, I mean, I was about on point on what my assessment was, and I just looked up the Indian Citizenship Act, and then I'll touch on it right here. Let me see, the 14th Amendment. Where was it at? I was just reading it. Okay, the 1868 14th Amendment declared all persons born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof citizen. However, the jurisdiction requirement was interpreted to exclude Native Americans. And in 1870, the Senate Judiciary Committee further clarified that the 14th Amendment of the Constitution had no effect whatever upon the status of the Indian tribes within the limits of the United States of America. About 8% of the Native American population at the time qualified for U.S. citizens because they were taxed. Others obtained citizenship by serving in the military, marrying white people, or accepting land allotments such as those granted under the Dawes Act. The exclusion of Native Americans for U.S. citizenship was further established by Elk versus Wilkins in 1884, when the Supreme Court held that Native persons born a citizen or recognized by tribal nations were not born an American citizens and did not become one simply by voluntarily leaving their tribes and settling amongst whites. The syllabus of the decision explained the Native person who has not been naturalized or taxed or recognized as a citizen either by the United States of America or not as the United States within the meaning of the first section of the 14th Amendment. So basically, when the Americans made the deal, when they came over here stealing fucking land, right? Taking territory. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. When they came over here taking territory, and they do what they always did when they take somebody's shit and say, okay, well, I know it's yours, but you can have a piece of it. This is what the fuck Sarge is arguing, is that the Native Americans tried to hold on to their territory and agreed with the white man that, hey, we can have this plot of land or we can have this territory, and we're not going to include you in our fucking constitution or our laws, and you guys can govern yourself. That ain't got shit to do with the goddamn 14th Amendment. Ain't got shit to do with it. But what they did do is later on in 1924 was that they went on and eradicated all that shit and said, okay, well, you're born here, tribal or not, you're a fucking citizen. So in the end, the 14th Amendment applies to Native Americans. All right, Sister Ottawa, I got your line open.
Negro, you are stupid as a goddamn box of hammers.
Okay.
Retarded hammers. Let me explain to you why you're so full of shit. This is the reason why. Because anytime an Indian on tribal reservation wanted to become an American citizen, all they had to do was to apply the same as any other person legally in the United States. And they would become a U.S. citizen. They were correct legally and constitutionally, if not morally, They were right to exclude Indians from citizenship because they wanted independence as sovereign nations. They wanted to be independent on a reservation or somewhere, and they didn't want to assimilate into the United States. That's why they were denied citizenship. They had formal treaties for whatever reason
Okay, you're saying
with
the same
the
thing I
United
said.
States, which meant they were foreigners for purposes of the 14th Amendment.
Okay,
It
what
would
I'm,
not have been proper to give them citizenship unless Congress passed specific legislation enabling them.
okay, so you're
You are really
Can I say
stupid as hell.
something?
okay. So go ahead,
I
Sister
just
Ottawa.
want to say one thing. The Dawes records indicate that, well, they recorded the 5 civilized tribes, and I think they were Choctaw, Chickasaw, Muskogee, and I don't know what the other 2 were.
Seminole and Osage.
Okay,
It's right here. It's Cherokee.
the-
It's Cherokee, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Muskogee, and Seminole.
okay. So now let's just do a little something right here, because this what was his name? The president at the time, Clarence. What was his name? Shit, I don't know. Some white guy. Slipped my mind. It'll come back to me. Anyway, in 1924, when they had the Indians Act, it was addressing these 5 civilized tribes. Now, these tribes were Europeans who paid $5 to become indigenous people, okay? These are the only tribes that the United States of America recognized.
Yeah.
Now, prior to this, when we go back in history, there were agreements made with this colonizer and the indigenous people that spoke to what they could do and what they couldn't do, on both sides. The Europeans coming in, colonizers, and what the indigenous, the power that they had over their land. Now, this 1924, there were so many indigenous families, peoples, tribes, I don't like that word, but anyway, that existed at the time that wasn't even recognized. And consequently, many of those indigenous people just meshed in with black people. You know, we look just alike almost, you know. The indigenous people and these so-called Africans that came from Africa, you know, brought here during the enslavement era. So a lot of, you know, many of our families, you'll find that we have indigenous backgrounds, you know, and those indigenous families was not a part necessarily of the 5 civilized tribes. I think we need to really, I know I want to go and really look at this history, because a lot is, you know, not said that, you know, we need to look into. It's a very confusing situation to me. Even around this 250-year anniversary of this country, because I don't think that it's 250 years at all. The Revolutionary War, and I said this to Sarge the last time, started in 1775. You had a Boston Tea Party that was in 1770, then you had a massacre. Then in 1775, the Revolutionary War began. It went on for 8 years. That takes it over to 1783. At that time, they did a Declaration of Independence, which they sent to Britain and France, declaring their intent it was responded to by the Treaty of Paris, where they said, go forth and be independent. But the preamble and the U.S. Constitution wasn't signed until 1788. And that took 13 colonies that came up under that umbrella and had an agreement. And that was the beginning of the United States of America. So I question this 250-year thing, you know. I don't know what to say. I don't know why there is so much pushback on this birthright citizenship, because Europeans are all migrants. All Europeans that's in the United States of America, they're immigrants.
They're citizens.
They're immigrants.
They're citizens.
And they came, wait
They're
a
no
minute,
longer
and they
immigrants when they're
came,
citizens.
excuse me,
Let her
and they
finish,
came
Sarge.
into the country, and they procreated, and their children became citizens of the US of A. And now we're here in 2024, 25, 26, and now there's a problem with immigrants because European numbers are dwindling.
Okay. First of all, the United States negotiated 22 separate treaties with Indian tribes. Every single one of those treaties, by definition, required a formal recognition of the tribe with whom it was
They
negotiated.
never kept any of those
Ma'am, let me
treaties.
finish. I'm almost through. I'm not going to be as long as you were. Those treaties are the Treaty with the Delaware, 1778. Treaty of Fort Stanwix, 1784. Treaty of Fort Hamar with the Six Nations, 1789. Muskogee Treaty, 1790. Treaty of Canandaigua, 1794. Treaty of Fort Wayne, 1809. Treaty of Fort Jackson, 1814. Treaty with the Kapwa, 1818. Treaty of the Western Cherokee, 1828. Perry Duchesne Treaty, 1829. Treaty of New Echota, 1835. Treaty with the Potawatomi, 1836. Horse Creek Treaty, 1851. The California Treaty was unratified, but the Medicine Creek Treaty was 1854. Treaty with the Makah, 1855. Treaty with the Pawnee, 1857. Treaty with the Cheyenne and Arapaho, 1865. Treaty of Medicine Lodge Creek, 1867. Fort Laramie Treaty, 1868. The Navajo Treaty, 1868. The Treaty
Okay,
with the
man.
Nez Perce, 1868. Every one of them required formal recognition of those Indians as a nation because it took a 2/3 vote of the Senate to ratify those treaties. Every single
And
one.
the indigenous
They were all
people
recognized.
say,
You said there were only
and the
5. That's
indigenous
not true.
people.
No, that's
Okay,
not
hold
what
That's
she
on.
said.
true.
That's
The
not what she said.
indigenous people say.
No,
the
she was talking about the
indigenous
Dawes
people
Act,
say
Sarge.
The indigenous people say that the white man speaks with the forked tongue. He never kept any treaty.
Right.
Okay, that's not true either. They broke many of them. They
All
kept
right.
them.
Hey, you know what,
Which
Tyrone?
ones
Hey,
are you
look.
speaking of?
Hey, shut up. Hey, Tyrone, look.
Hey,
Check
don't
this
tell me
out.
shut up, nigga. You shut the fuck up. You don't know nothing narration, nigga. Don't you dare tell me that shit.
I did.
Okay,
Fuck you, motherfucker. Never. You never tell me to shut up. I don't tell you to shut up.
Hey, look.
Well,
hey,
no,
let me say this,
you're
son.
right, and Sister Audible right. All
Who you think you talking to, bitch?
every one of these motherfuckers are anchor babies. Every goddamn one of them are fucking born of fucking foreign people. So yeah, the whole citizenship is some bullshit.
Right.
Well, maybe
And the
so.
tree, and
So,
he
God, at least
quoted
tell
all
the
those
truth
treaties.
about it.
Hey, Tyrone, he sit there and read all those damn treaties for what? They never kept
She
none
said
of them.
we only recognize 5 of them.
No, she didn't say that. She was making a point.
Can you not do
Okay, listen to what I'm
mathematics?
saying.
No, Sarge, she specifically started talking about. Shut up. She specifically started talking about the Dawes.
1924.
Listen, she
The
specifically
Treaty
started
of
talking about the Dawes Act.
1924.
Motherfucker can't even count.
She was talking
Look
about
at
the Dawes Act, and the Dawes Act said the 5 civilized tribes are the tribes that I named: Cherokee, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Muskogee, and Seminole. That's what they said.
I
Yeah,
remember
right.
what she
Exactly.
said. Maybe she meant to say something else.
She said the
I know
Dawes
what
Act.
She said exactly
No.
what he said. Come on. Yeah, you know.
I know what you fucking said.
Look,
Don't
look.
tell me that. I speak English better than any of you fucking niggas.
What the
Hey,
fuck
look at
is
this.
wrong
Let me
with
see.
you?
The
I know
treaties
that.
that you
Well, you
read
call me
off,
liar,
Sarge.
dog. The motherfucker tell me
That's all you do is lie. That's all you do is lie.
Hey,
Sarge,
Ty,
the treaties that you were reading off
necessary.
with those different tribes, families, those treaties that you were reading was before 1924. In 1924, they were only recognized, I'm talking about the European colonists or the writers of the U.S. Constitution.
settlers, they were U.S. territory.
They were only recognizing those 5 civilized tribes. Now, all those other treaties that you read off in 1835 and on and on and on, those peoples were not recognized. Those
They were
treaties
by treaty.
didn't have, no.
How can
If
you not be?
that
How
was
can
the
you
case,
not be recognizing
if
you
that
signed a
was
treaty
the
with the U.S.
case,
government?
let's
Do you know
just
what it
use
takes
some
to get a
reason
treaty?
here. Let's use some reason here.
I
There
am
were
using
names
reason. You
that
seem to not
you're
be.
You're not, because you just read off a list
Said they weren't recognized and they signed a treaty.
indigenous
I wish I could
people
get a treaty with
who
the
were
United States
not
Senate.
included in the Dawes Act. The treaties that you read
Say
off,
it
they
that
were
way. Now
charged
you've made it clear.
they were not recognized
Okay, I'm
during
gonna change
that
my argument then. Now that you made it
1924.
clear.
Hey, look at read Indian Citizenship Act. Read that further down. It'll give you an estimate number of the total populations of Indians.
Yeah,
About
wasn't that many, actually.
100,000.
Right down,
It was
right down
about
there.
100,000.
Yeah, in that,
It wasn't
in that area.
What the word says,
Is that
125,000 to 300,000 indigenous people in the United States.
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, that's about right for that time. Yeah.
It said the total population, which was between 106 million to 123 million at the time.
That was the United States whole population.
So the first sentence
No.
is the grant of citizenship applied to about 125,000 of the 300,000 indigenous people in the United States. The total population was between 106 million and 123 million at the time. So they only allowed a citizenship to a small number of indigenous people.
Yeah, but
And
the
those
question
were the
is,
5
prior to that,
civilized
they were
tribes.
denied it. Why were they denied
Oh,
it?
hold on. And then the
How
next
many
sentence,
of
hold
them
on.
were?
The next sentence said the indigenous people not included already became citizens by other means.
What did I
Such
just
as
say?
shut
How
the
you
fuck
become
up,
an Indian? I said you
shut up,
apply for
shut
anybody else.
up.
I
By
mean, I
other
swear,
means,
you don't listen to words I say.
shut up. By other means, such as entering the
That's
armed
what I
forces.
just said a little while ago.
Will you shut up? By entering armed
Man, you
forces.
act like you discovered something
Why
new.
you don't let me
That
make my point?
That he found already.
Okay, why you don't let me
We
make my point?
learning. We learning here,
You're really
Sarge.
silly.
Because you
No,
came on
not
here and
being
said that
silly.
Indians wasn't citizenship under the First Amendment, and this is telling you that there was already
Nigga, what
Indians
the
that were
First Amendment
citizens.
got to do with citizenship? What the fuck are you
Shut
talking
the
about?
fuck
You
up,
just say
God. See,
anything.
you always do that.
Talking about
What
Sarge.
the fuck does the First Amendment have to do with citizenship?
I didn't say First Amendment. I was talking about the 14th Amendment, and you the one said that they
Well,
weren't
then
citizens.
say that, nigga. That ain't got nothing.
You said,
That's voting,
listen,
stupid.
okay,
That's the
okay,
voting
I'm
right.
gonna mute you right quick. You
We're
came
not
on here
talking about
screaming.
no voting
You came
rights.
on here
We're
screaming
talking
that
about
Indians
birthright
wasn't. He came on here
citizenship.
screaming that Indians wasn't citizens under the 14th Amendment. And my point is that there was a small group that had treaties that probably didn't fall up under the 14th Amendment, but the rest of the motherfuckers that was born here was already goddamn citizens. And this statement is saying that the Indians, other than those tribes that was already in America, was already citizens. So what Sarge came on here talking about, Native Americans wasn't citizens, is bullshit. Because there was a lot of Native Americans that were citizens, and some of them that was in their damn tribes. So Sarge came on here with that
repeatedly
bullshit.
said that, and goddamn it, arguing with you is really like arguing with the dog. You've got the memory of a dog.
Okay.
I said these things before, every one of them, and you're acting like I never said them.
But
Now
we
I
should-
gotta go back to them again,
we should
unless you
have a
try to
point-
mute me again and not let me say anything.
We shouldn't even have a conversation about Native Americans. We shouldn't even be having a conversation about Native Americans. The
You're full of
conversation.
shit. You just talk
Okay, man,
goddamn
I can't
nonsense.
talk with you talking. I can't do it now. God damn it, stop cutting me off. We shouldn't even have a talk about you shouldn't even asserted Native Americans into the conversation. The conversation should have been about birthright citizenship and how dumb you are by thinking that the 14th Amendment didn't say what the fuck it clearly says. That should have been the conversation. But you wanted to come on here and include Native Americans not being citizens and them having treaties and all this kind of shit that ain't got shit to do with you being wrong all this goddamn time. You just didn't want to admit
the
the truth.
dumbest motherfucker in America. You don't listen to a goddamn thing I say because you don't want to, because you don't beat your ass.
Hey, Tyrone, you know what the problem is, Tyrone? Soros keep massaging the nuts of his white slave master. He can't even think right.
Homosexual fetish bastard. Quit indulging your fantasies with me. Go suck a cock on your own time.
Oh, Jesus.
Hey, man, let me explain something to you, Tyrone. Look here, man. I told you, if you were born off the reservation, you could apply for citizenship just like anybody else legally in the country. I already said that. I already said that didn't apply to those people. I said people who were under tribal jurisdiction. How many fucking times do I have to say it? There were tens of thousands of people who were denied citizenship after the 14th Amendment said all persons born in or naturalized in and subject to the jurisdiction are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. Even despite that, those Indians were not counted. Then I asked you, tell me, Tyrone, why is that not so? Don't they meet that definition? Here's the reason why. Because they're foreigners. They're aliens as far as the law is concerned. They are members of a foreign state, just like illegal aliens are. That is the reason. That is the reason.
Hey, Tyrone.
Okay. Hold on. Listen. You just made a comparison that's not true. The Native Americans born on their reservations or in their territories are not migrants. They was because they're in the territory of the United States of America. So you can't say that they're the same thing as migrants coming into the goddamn country. This is their land. This is their land. The government made treaties and agreements with those people that was indigenous to this land. It's not the same thing as somebody coming across the goddamn border. So you just confusing the goddamn conversation.
Yeah. Tyrone, that's why I keep saying, hey, Tyrone, if you hear him trying to get my point out, members of foreign nations.
You said just like the migrants are. Your last words was just like the migrants are. That was your last words, nigga.
Yep.
God damn. That's what you said.
Hey, Tyrone, mute him for a second.
They were aliens. They were members of foreign powers.
Okay.
Just like an illegal alien is.
No, it's not the same thing.
Like it legally.
Tyrone, mute him for just for a second.
Let Yashua talk, man. Let Yashua talk.
Yeah. This is my point. That all goes back again. We don't look at things holistically, and that's part of the issue. Like I said from the beginning, I said none of this shit's matter to folks who are already here. These laws, they made this shit up as they went along. And the only reason why they recognized the 5 tribes because they were white folks faking like they were Indians.
Right.
That's why they did it. That's the only reason why they did that. But the real indigenous people, they didn't do that. They didn't recognize them. So
no.
I'm saying, with that being said, holistically again, the word I'm using that word because I'm trying to make it simple. That none of that Constitution shit, the 14th Amendment, the 10th Amendment, the 9th Amendment, none of that meant shit to them. I mean, and if you talk to a Native American holistically today, he would say, well, none of that really meant shit to us. It didn't. We were already here. None of it made sense to us. So, but he keeps saying
and it really did make sense to us.
Mm-hmm.
Right, it did.
Because those founding fathers, they didn't have us in mind when they were writing the Constitution and the preamble and all that. We were slaves. And they were slave owners.
And you're asking about, what Eddie considers as we're talking about what decision the Supreme Court made and what was the basis for that decision. And Tyrone is getting all legal fucking listic with me. And then when I point out to him the legalities, he says they don't matter. He says they don't matter. After he tries to get all legalistic with me. He's full of shit.
It doesn't matter. It don't matter, Sarge. I get it. You love to rub the ankles of your slave master. I get it.
Nigga, shut the fuck up. Now I'm gonna tell you to shut up. Shut the fuck up, because you don't know what the hell you're talking about. You narrate like a stupid nigga.
Oh God. What the hell is wrong with you, man?
Well, Joshua, I hate to tell you, Joshua, he doing a poor job because them ankles swollen like a motherfucker.
Oh boy, Sarge is weird as fuck. To tell you the truth, it was weird. I never met an old black man like this that think like him. It scares me. It really scares me that a guy in his stature, in his age, should have more wisdom than he has. It's insulting. It really is.
Nah, he do it on purpose, man.
Yeah, I hope so, because I can't learn shit from him. Not a damn thing.
I agree, Tyrone. Sarge is a baiter.
It's amazing. It's amazing. So, but yeah. But yeah, I mean, that's how I look at it, man. None of that had nothing to do with it. None of that Constitution, none of that shit, man. All that fake shit had nothing to do with them.
He just wanted to switch the conversation because
Well, then why don't you just have a discussion about all the injustices done to poor indigenous people by the United States and to slaves and everything else, is try to wrap your bullshit around a proper understanding of the Constitution, because you're singularly failing in that task.
Okay, so I'm gonna mute you because you won't never let me talk. This is I want to, when Sarge calling here and say, Tyrone, why do you mute me? For the last 2 hours, I've been trying to say something and he don't let me talk. So I got him muted, so don't hang up because I want to speak. The point is that you've been coming on here licking the nut of goddamn Donald Trump and his executive order about the 14th Amendment and saying that somehow or another migrants that have babies in the United States, they were not citizens. You were saying that. And then today, whenever the Supreme Court made their decision, you turned out to be wrong. That was the conversation. You came on here and sidebarred the goddamn conversation about Native Americans, which didn't have anything to do with their goddamn decision, because in 1924, the United States made everybody a goddamn citizen. So the decision that they made recently included the motherfucking Native Americans. It just did. I mean, but you don't want to admit that you was wrong. All you have to do, Sarge, is say, I misinterpreted the 14th Amendment. It says what it says, and people born in the United States are citizens. That's all you had to do. But you can't, because you spent so much motherfucking time picking up your goddamn phone, calling in here, agreeing with that orange idiot and Stephen Miller, that you can't admit you was wrong. There's no humility in you. That's the problem.
According to you, they made everybody a citizen in 1968. Where do you get these schizophrenic arguments you keep making? You're like
okay,
Sybil.
so you just not gonna do it.
So
were you wrong or not? Were you wrong or not? Was you wrong or not?
You're just like Sybil. You're schizophrenic.
Were you wrong or not? That's all I want to know. Were you wrong?
Hell no, you're wrong.
Okay, so you're stupid.
Ketanji Brown Jackson, Ellen McKagan, Sotomayor, and that Rhode Island traitorous bastard John Roberts.
So
all you motherfuckers are wrong.
You're stupid then. That's the
I
bottom
don't give
line.
a fuck what you think. I'll tell you what, the framers of the 14th Amendment would agree with me and not with you. I care if we have a seance with them and can bring them back, they will agree with Donald Trump and they will agree with you. Because they said so. They said so. They said so.
Okay, hold on. Listen to his argument. He wants to go drag up Ghost to try to make his point. He said the framers would agree with him. We're in 2026. The framers are in their fucking graves. They're dead. The Supreme Court made their decision recently, and we're talking about a conversation that you called in here to argue. They ain't got shit to do with the goddamn framers. All I'm saying is that whenever you called in here and said that migrants that have children in the United States, their children are not United States citizens, you were wrong about that. And that's not Tyrone saying that. That's the Supreme Court telling you that you was wrong. So you're arguing with the wrong motherfucking person. Carry your ass to Washington and talk to the goddamn Supreme Court, because I'm not the one saying it. The Constitution is, motherfucker.
This will be corrected. I don't know when.
Okay, here we go, fantasizing
This
again.
country was not intended to be some piggy bank for illegal alien Chinese tourist babies. Come to the country, drop a baby, get a citizen, go back and send him back to the United States when he's 35. Fuck that.
Well, hold on, because to Maze's point, that's exactly what Melania Trump did. When she came from Slovakia or wherever the fuck them whores, they grow them whores at. Whenever she came from over fucking there and had fucking children in this country, she had anchor fucking babies. So your goddamn president, the one that you're supporting, you need to tell him the same shit that you screaming on this goddamn phone tonight. That's what you need to do.
What the fuck are you talking about? You are really stupid. You don't even know the facts when you got married. She was already a citizen in the U.S. when she got married.
That bitch was not no goddamn citizen. She was a fucking Russian whore. That's what she is. She was a fucking...
Make any fucking thing up.
She's a Russian whore. That's what the hell she is.
You're full of shit, and she's from Slovenia, you stupid bastard.
Yeah, but
she ain't no goddamn American, I can tell you that. Goddamn fucking...
I mean, it's one thing, to have an argument. When you make shit up out of thin air, fuck you.
But the point is, you was wrong. That's the point that I was trying to make.
You've been wrong about every material fact all night. Every single one.
I'm not wrong.
I never seen nobody, and you're proud of it too, because you're surrounded by your little acolytes.
My acolytes? What are you talking about? People make up their own goddamn man.
That's your homework assignment for that stupid nigga. Look it up. You learn something.
But people make up their...
Hang up, bro, and go up there with Donald Trump.
What in the hell? Like we ain't been hearing Sarge say this stupid ass shit for 10 years. Like he just now said something, and Tyrone, you just discovered, so now you gonna discredit him now. We've been hearing this dumb motherfucker say the same dumb shit for 10 years. We don't need Tyrone to convince us. You've already done it, dummy.
Yeah, I mean, he was just wrong. It's hard for him to say he was wrong. I don't know what it is. I mean, the 14th Amendment...
Was I wrong when I quoted Jacob Howard and Howard Bingham, who wrote the goddamn amendment? Was I wrong when I read their words?
You're wrong? Because...
Yeah, motherfucker, you just make shit up.
So let me ask you again. So I'll ask you again.
But just making up arguments so you think you can win them.
So I'll ask you again, since we're calming down now. So when a immigrant has a child in the United States of America, is that child an American citizen?
Is the immigrant here legally in the country?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Only then.
They're not a diplomat.
It doesn't matter.
They're not children of diplomats.
Okay. So I'll ask you this right here. When a human, whether here legally or illegally, has a child in the United States, is that child an American citizen?
No.
Okay, so you're wrong. You're fucking wrong. Okay? Goddamn.
Well, okay, let me answer that
That's
again.
a good one, Tyrone. Really
Let me
good.
refine that a little bit.
Okay.
According
Now
to
you
the
want to
corrupt
refine.
Supreme Court, yes. According to what the 14th Amendment says, no.
Oh, you're wrong. I don't know what to tell you about
we
that.
don't agree, and I don't agree with the Supreme
Now you
Court. And I'm telling you right
wrong.
now, this
And
will be rectified.
Well, the problem that we're having here is that you're wrong in your answer right now, right? And you've been wrong this entire time. And because you've been wrong this entire time, you do not know how to correct yourself. You do not know how to say, my bad, I'm sorry, I messed that up. You don't know how to do that. So you just continue to double down on being stupid. I don't know what to tell you. You're wrong.
Do you not understand? I do not agree with the Supreme Court.
It don't matter if you agree or not.
In fact, 4 other members of the Supreme Court didn't agree with the majority.
It doesn't matter if you agree or not.
Good standing. Now,
Your
you don't
agreement.
think so. What we're going to do is we're going to see who will ultimately prevail in the end.
They've already prevailed. The decision is made, you idiot.
For now it is. I will grant you that. For now.
Sarge would be taking a lap right now, Tyrone, if the Supreme Court had ruled differently. If the Supreme Court had ruled 5-4 the other way, Sarge would be taking a lap with the checkered flag right now.
I would be, because I've always believed this.
Okay, please.
Hold on, Sarge. Let my boy talk.
Please.
Hold on,
Let me make my point. Let me make my point. I don't need you talking over me making my point. You need to shut the fuck up.
Hold on, Sarge. Let him make his point, man. Hold on, Sarge.
The point is plain and simple. I've said we got to this admission maybe about 30, 40 minutes ago. Sarge is making the exact same argument that the Solicitor General put before the Supreme Court lately, not in 1800 or what, no, 2026. The Solicitor General stood up there and made an argument, the same argument that we hear falling out of motherfucking Sarge's mouth. And it failed 5-4. So to keep running around saying it as if it did not lose, like LeBron James, it lost. You a loser. You lost, Sarge. You losing right now because the Supreme Court said you lost. So you need to go barking up their ass, because all we doing is telling you what the Supreme Court ruled on what the fuck you saying right now. You can say it till the cows come home. We can look at you and say the Supreme Court did not agree with you. So as far as the Supreme Court is concerned and the laws of this country, you are wrong. And that's a fact. So you can accept it or not, but you wrong. That's why Tyrone is telling you can't even admit that you lost.
Well, I sure as hell am glad civil rights activists didn't give up like you roll over and play dead motherfuckers did after Plessy versus Ferguson. I sure as hell am glad they didn't say after Dred Scott, well, nothing more to be done. Supreme Court has spoken. We can't do shit.
Hey, Sarge.
After Roe versus Wade, well, we just got to keep on
Okay. Let me do it.
No, I'm going to let him talk. I'm sorry.
We can say, because the Supreme Court has spoken, motherfuck you. I say, hey, if it's wrong, it's wrong, and we're going to fight against it. And you're damn right, we're going to fight against this.
Okay. Tyrone,
go ahead.
Jeff, let me say this real quick. I'm tired of people of Sarge's ilk trying to make the argument that just because they next door neighbor smoking crack, it's okay for him to smoke crack. And that's exactly what Sarge always does when he's caught wrong. He always wants to point the finger at somebody else. Well, they're doing it. Them over there, them group of people
Sarge,
over
you don't
there
ever
are
let
doing
people
it.
talk. Sarge.
You're the prince of the motherfucking city. Fuck you, nigga. What we're going to do is fight this thing.
Sarge.
You want to smoke crack, man, but don't blame it on your neighbor. That's all I'm saying.
Sarge, listen, you're fighting a losing battle. So I'm going to mute you again so I can talk, because I know you like to talk when I talk. Hold on, because I know you get mad whenever I mute you. But the point is, guys, is that the Constitution, the 14th Amendment, existed way before Donald Trump got in office. And Sarge was okay with the 14th Amendment being the way it was. Okay? That's point number one. When Donald Trump came into office, him and that racist ass Stephen Miller started kicking out immigrants and people that was coming over here, and then they did this interpretation of the 14th Amendment that's not even there. That's when Sarge picked up this talking point that fucking babies born in the United States are not citizens. So it was there before Trump got in office. Donald Trump tried to write an executive order to change it. The Supreme Court took it up and said the 14th Amendment says what it says before Trump was in office. And because Sarge had been saying the same dumb shit for so long, he don't know how to switch gears back to what he previously believed about the goddamn Constitution. And you're sounding like a fucking idiot when you continue to say that the 14th Amendment don't say what the fuck I said it said and the Supreme Court says it said. You just sound like a fucking dummy right now. You're lying back
I would rather go with what the framers of it, the people who wrote the fucking thing, sentiment, rather than some stupid contemporary motherfuckers on the Supreme Court.
Okay,
so I would go with them before I go with Amy Coney Barrett or that dumbass Ketanji.
So let me ask you this.
Any day of the week. You're damn right. Senator Howard and Representative Bingham.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
Right. You're absolutely right. I don't agree with them.
Okay, so let me ask you this about the framers. The framers that you are referring to, is any of their words reflected in the 14th Amendment?
Yes.
What part?
Let's look at the words again and see what they said here. Hold on a minute.
Okay.
Hold on a second, because I'm going to get it right for you. I'm going to get the words. I don't want to get it wrong. Because you say, see, you got that word wrong. So you get that shit right. Motherfucker, I'm going to get it right. I'm looking at the transcript right now. Here's what we say here.
Okay.
Hey, Tyrone, you know you got to let him prep before he suck
This
meat.
is what Senator Howard said on the floor of the Senate in the debates.
No, I'm not asking you what he said. I'm not asking you what he said.
30th, 1866.
I'm not asking you what he said. Listen to my question. That is not my question. That is not my question. Listen to my.
I'm gonna go with him and not Amy.
No, I'm
Bell,
asking.
Okay?
I'm not asking you.
More about it than she does.
I'm not. You're not answering my question. Let me ask my question. Let me ask my question one more.
She knows more about it than she does.
Let me ask my question one more goddamn time. Any other friend?
I'm gonna read to you what he said, nigga.
I don't want to know what he said. I don't.
Read what he said, nigga.
That's not my question.
Let me read it to you.
That is not my question.
Let me read it to you.
That is not my question. Let me ask my.
You ask me if any of the words they use are in the 14th. That's what you just said.
No, as it's written.
Your motherfucking ass, nigga.
That is not what my question.
Listen to the words that come out of your mouth.
That is not my question.
Well, okay, nigga, what did you say?
Okay, so the framers that you're referring to, are any of their words in the 14th Amendment?
Yes,
no, I'm not done. Nigga, shut up. Let me ask my question.
All right,
are any of their words? Are any of the?
Educate your stupid ass, and I'd rather you stay stupid.
Okay, so are any of the framers' words in the 14th?
I just said, I don't know. I ain't gonna read you a goddamn thing.
Okay, so shut up. I'm gonna ask this goddamn question. Are any of these goddamn framers' words in the 14th Amendment as the 14th Amendment is written? Is that the case? If so, read me that part of the 14th Amendment.
I ain't gonna read a goddamn thing. You believe what the fuck you want. I'm through with your ignorant ass. Fuck you. Believe what the fuck you want.
Because the shit that you keep referring to, these framers are irrelevant. Because the 14th Amendment says what the fuck it says. God damn. Jesus Christ. You want to read something some old motherfucker said that ain't even in here.
See, you asked me a question. I'm ready to answer it in the manner you asked it. And then you realize I got your ass in a corner, and you run like the scalded bitch dog.
No, you won't answer my goddamn question. I didn't ask you what the fuck they said.
That ain't had a laxative.
I didn't ask you what the hell they said. I didn't ask you what.
Full of shit, nigga, than ever shit between two shoes.
I didn't ask you what they said because what they said is irrelevant. It really is. So.
May said it right. Irrelevant. You irrelevant.
Yeah, I mean, none of that shit that you talking about even matters when it comes to the decision that was made by the Supreme Court. It just don't matter.
Man, we stand up and argue about the 14th Amendment. You niggas bring up Melania Trump. Y'all motherfuckers is crazy as shit.
Because she's a fucking illegal alien.
Tyrone, that's a good point.
Start shoving them all over the goddamn place. You can't stick with the subject because you're going to lose on that one.
That's a good point, Tyrone, because if the framers had considered the jabroni Sarge keep bringing up, then you would find their ideas in the 14th Amendment.
In the document. It would be right there.
You mean the jabronis who actually wrote the amendment and said what they intended it to mean?
No, if they intended it to mean anything, it would have made it. If they intended it, to mean anything.
The colloquialisms they used were slightly different than the colloquialisms we use today, but it is easy to discern their meaning by simply referring to the vernacular of the time.
If they intended it to mean, it would have made it to the 14th Amendment. Black Jesus Minister, how you doing tonight?
You are just impervious to any real information.
You gotta wait till Sarge finish talking. What's up?
Narrative and making shit up.
Shut up. What's up, Black Jesus Minister?
My goodness.
What's happening?
Y'all over here talking about the birthright citizenship, right?
Yeah.
Well, you know, I know somebody gonna flip their wig, but I'm gonna have to stand on the side of Sarge.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to stand with Sarge. You understand?
Uh-huh.
Y'all hear me? Now, let me explain why I stand with Sarge, brother. I'm gonna be real brief. Now, brother, birthright citizenship was intended for the children of slaves. And brother, I am sick and tired of being sick. And I'm not a racist. I don't hate immigrants. I don't hate nobody. I don't even hate white people. And we know that white supremacy is real, bro. But I am sick and tired of immigrants of all races, all colors, especially our so-called black brothers and sisters who come over here, disrespecting black American people and being just as racist and if not more racist. I mean, they don't have the power to exert power or racism over black people, but I'm talking about socially, all right? Even in their own countries in Latin America, Central America, South America, you still the NIGGER down there. The same oppression that we receive from white people here in America is the same oppression that black people are receiving from their from the countries in Central America and South America. They're treated the same way and even worse. As a matter of fact, Brazil was the last nation in the Americas to end slavery. All right. So they going through it down there. You still relegated to a last place citizen. And these Hispanics and these, the children of the conquistadors, even the Indians are the most marginalized people in Central and South America. But the same black and white racist paradigm still goes on in those countries today, all day, every day. And they bring those attitudes with them here in America. This has been on social media all over the place. My point is that why are we blindly sitting up here fighting for everybody else when everybody else feeds off of our debt, feeds off of our blood, our suffering? We were the ones that were lynched and torched and enslaved. And our struggle, the black struggle, made this country better, made the United States better. And better for who? Not just for us, but for everybody else who wanted to come here. We're the reason our suffering and our victories are the reason why they want to get here, why they want to come here. Where were the niggas at? Where were the Mexicans at during slavery? Where they at, man? If y'all wanted to be here so bad, how come y'all didn't come here when we were slaves? Why wasn't y'all coming down over here in droves doing Jim Crow? You understand what I'm saying? We had to suffer and make things better. We had to fight and die to make things better. And now that we have, they come over here and disrespect us and call us niggas as if they not. You understand what I'm saying? Disrespect us using the same phraseology, terminology, the mentality as racist white people. So immigrants ain't thinking about you, Negroes. They not thinking about you. When they come here to this country, they are thinking about nobody but themselves and getting a mama, daddy, sister, and brother over here so that they can sit up here and brag about how better they are than you. And look how far we come in such a short time, and y'all still poor and broke and suffering. Y'all some lazy niggas. Come on now, don't act like you ain't heard that. Don't sit up here and act like you ain't heard that, man. You know what the hell I'm talking about. We look like some goddamn fools. You understand what I'm saying? Sitting up here fighting and scratching for people who will call you the N-word behind your back and all kind of other little nasty things. And then the same black people in their country who look just like you, they're treating them worse than white people treat us here in America. I'm talking about racist white people here in America. Brother, we got to stop allowing them to get away with this goddamn scam. birthright citizenship was never meant for them, and they found a way to scam in their way into this country off of our blood. You understand what I'm saying? And so the point is that why would we accept illegal parents coming over here illegally, violating our country, and then, oh, well, they're coming here because that's what they want to do. They want to skip the line, like the Republicans said. They don't want to get in line and do things legally and legally come over here. The birthright citizenship is going to continue to encourage them to come over here without being vetted, with no question, and having babies, having babies. Oh, my baby's an American citizen. It's going to continue to fuel the illegal immigration and the birth of tourism issue. It's going to continue doing that. And so at some point in time, we, and as a nation, we got to stop being suckers and lollipops. I mean, you come over here illegally, you have a child, your child's a citizen, and what if your child is disabled? Mentally ill, slow to development and all that kind of. We're on the hook to take care of that child's entitled to Social Security benefits. And the parents didn't work here to say that they, we worked and we contributed to the United States so that our child can get disability benefits and in the education in every other kind of way. Brothers and sisters, again, and I'm finna shut up. I don't hate nobody, but it is time for America to close shop all the way up because we got Americans. We got homeless Americans. We got homeless veterans. We got mentally ill people. All kind of situations. We got to take care of home first. Let's take care of Americans first, and then we can deal. We can open up our arms again for our immigrant brothers and sisters, but they must come here legally. I'm gonna stop right there.
All right. Hold on. Did you read the 14th Amendment, Black Jesus Minister?
Did I read what, brother?
Did you read the 14th Amendment?
Yeah, I've been watching it and I haven't read it. And again, their issue that they was trying to figure out what does it mean about the jurisdiction they're in, whether the 14th Amendment allowed them to do it, which it has, and that's the prevalent interpretation. I would have to disagree with that, but that interpretation won. Mm-hmm. Now, what does that do? Does it stop illegal immigration or does it encourage illegal immigration? What do you all want? Do you want to continue to cheapen what it is to be an American? All you gotta do is just sneak your ass over here and have a damn baby. Boop, I'm an American. And we
all right, well, I got you, but my point is you sound just as dumb. You sound just as dumb as Sarge right now. Because if you read the 14th Amendment, it just says all persons born or naturalized in the United States of America and subject to their jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. So that means the law already states and have stated that if you're born in this country, you are a citizen. Now you got a strong personal opinion about it, and that's fine. And I have my own. I don't know if you heard me earlier. I think that the 14th Amendment compromises the United States of America by allowing this to happen. That's my personal opinion. But the law says, and the Supreme Court just said it, that the law says that if you're born here, you are a citizen. Now, those issues that you're talking about when it comes to people having babies and the taxpayers being on the hook, the legislators need to somehow or another manage that issue separately from the 14th Amendment, because the 14th Amendment is in stone. This is what the fuck it says. If you are born here, then you are a citizen, period. That's what it says. So you agreeing with Donald Trump to change the Constitution, and you agreeing with all these white racists that immigrants is the problem. I mean, come on, brother. There's another way to approach this than sounding like fucking MAGA. You know, because that's exactly who you sound like whenever you're talking all this stuff about data issue and them calling us N-words and all this kind of stuff. You sound just like MAGA. You're being racist whenever it comes to the citizenship thing.
Tyrell, this is Lisa. I agree with you on that. I agreed with you on that. A lot of these things we have to tighten up on some of this stuff. A lot of this stuff. Because it's birth of its tourism and different things like that. I agree with you. We need to tighten up on that. It's making us weak and vulnerable, and you got people paying out money, our tax dollars, going to things that it shouldn't. That shit should be tightened up on. How? I don't know. But you gotta put the Constitution is what the Constitution says, and that's what they follow.
Yeah, so we need to get on these politicians. We need to get on these politicians about how they can deal with these issues. We need to get on these politicians about how they can deal with these issues that you just pointed out, Black Jesus Minister, because there is a lot of issues. Go ahead.
The remedy is to amend the Constitution. Did y'all know the Constitution can be amended? Did y'all know that?
Yeah, I have a question for the panel.
Hey, we're talking about an amendment. We're talking about amendment.
Excuse me?
We're talking about an amendment.
No, I'm saying Congress can amend the Constitution, meaning to change it.
It's not that easy.
Trump and others are talking about that, and they're looking at other ways to try to amend the Constitution. But they say
there's only one way to amend the Constitution. There's only one way to amend the Constitution.
Not just one way.
Well,
two ways. Okay, thank you, sir. I'll let you voice the other one real quick. But
okay. You saying there's two ways. What's the? Well, I ain't gonna even get into that argument. I had a question. Hold on, goddamn! Put your damn shit in the bag. I have a question.
Wait a minute, one at a time.
Let me say this real quick. The only way we're gonna stop being suckers. The only way the United States is going to stop being suckers to these illegal aliens who are continually coming over here to have a child that's going to be automatically a citizen, and we're on the hook to educate their kids and to if they're disabled, Social Security. You know what I'm saying? Goddamn, if I was them, I'd be trying to get over here too. You know what I'm saying? But my point is, the only way we're going to stop being suckers, bro, we got to amend the 14th Amendment, and we got to stop illegal immigration. So we got to start there and stop that. Let's not sit up here acting like illegal immigration is not a problem. It is a problem.
Hold on, Black Jesus. Listen. Wait a minute. Hold on, Black Jesus Minister. Listen, the reason that they're coming over here is because it's advertising for them to come, right? So let's talk about the issue of them having babies,
there's
right?
more opportunity here than where they at.
Yeah, listen, let's talk about that. So let's say these contractors that hire these people, these farms that actually give these people jobs and have them work, let's hold those people accountable for hiring these people. So hold on. We're away from the Constitution now. And we're talking about holding these goddamn on contractors and these governments that are hiring these people. We're talking about holding them accountable. Let's punish them for actually giving them encouragement to stay here. Maybe they won't want to stay here if they don't get a goddamn job. You understand where I'm coming from? So there's other ways.
I got a question for the panel. Hold up, Black Jesus. I got a question for you.
Go ahead.
I got a question. Hold up, y'all. Let me ask this question to everybody, the whole panel. How many people on the panel think that if immigrants, there were less immigrants in America, it would force these proprietors to hire Black people?
It would hire American citizens of all races. That's what I believe.
Goddamn. So you didn't want to answer. You didn't have to even say anything.
And I answered it. You don't have to like it.
I said Black people.
Well, I think they'll hire.
Let me say it real quick.
I think they'll hire Black people.
You don't get to dictate my answer.
You think they'll hire Black people?
You don't get to dictate my answer.
Hold on. No. I remember when I was a kid, right? driving up and down the road. You know, I wasn't driving, but being in a car with my parents or whatever, blah 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 blah, and always seeing work crews. And this is like the 70s, the 80s, and then maybe the beginning of the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
I would see work crews and construction crews of black people, white people, and Hispanic. It'd be a mixture of everybody.
Mm-hmm.
A mixture of everybody on them on these work sites. But now, for the past 30 or 40 years, bro, you go to these construction sites on the road and the buildings, 99% Hispanics, bro.
Yeah, so
that's not a damn.
That's my point.
A mistake. That's not an anomaly. That's these Hispanics coming over here willing to work for less, but taking American jobs. And not even giving it to white Americans.
Hold on, Black Jesus Minister. Wait a minute, Black Jesus Minister. You just made.
Making that money is Hispanics.
Yeah, that's my point. That's my point, Black Jesus Minister. Those contractors that hire those people, those are the people that need to be in trouble. But we never talk about those people hiring those people. We don't ever talk about them.
I agree.
Tyrone, I asked the question.
You're approaching it going backwards, Tyrone. You
said, I think you looking at the wrong end. I think you looking at it from the wrong end.
And we need to find those businesses and companies that hire these people. But we got to first stop them from coming up in here.
Well,
hold
on. Let me say this.
Hold on for a minute.
Go ahead, y'all. Hold on. As black people, let's stop bragging about how the Supreme Court ruled in favor of immigrants who don't like your black ass. Let's stop doing that.
Hold on. Listen. What you're talking about, you can't stop people from migrating to the United States of America. America has asylum laws.
Yes, you can. You put up a border wall and you stop there.
Okay, America has.
America has. Damn good job of it too.
America has asylum, and people going to migrate to America. But what you can do is control the migrants that come over here and not give them access to resources like these contractors have been doing. We can penalize those fucking contractors for hiring these people. That's what you can do.
Let me say
I also think. Oh well, I'm gonna let you go, y'all. Sorry about that.
Let me say this right quick. Look, this is the point. I think that Black Jesus Minister, on one hand, I get what you're saying, but on the other hand, black people are also suckers in this. We're suckers not because of the immigrants. We're suckers because we don't even recognize that. Number one, you mentioned Mexicans. You know that there were Mexicans. You know, Mexico was the one that abolished slavery. You couldn't bring no slaves down to Mexico. They abolished it. So that's really not really arbitrarily the problem. Okay, in that sense. Number two, Haiti. Haiti was the reason why we also rebelled here. Haiti was the first African people to be free from their captors in Haiti. And we heard what was going on in Haiti, and then Louisiana, and then we rose up over here and started doing that. So I'm saying, with that being said, Black Jesus Minister, there's a contradiction in the people right now that you support. You talking about you like the fact that he's stopping immigrants? He's stopping everything. They are reversing those civil rights protections that protected black people, Black Jesus Minister. They reverse them on us, and now saying that you can't use the term black in nothing that you have. If you say black scholarship, that's unconstitutional. If you say black shit, that's unconstitutional. So my point is, brother, you got to look at the game that they're playing with us versus the game they're playing with with the immigrants. They are playing a game with us. So I'm saying this. With that being said, we got to look at the bigger picture, not just the immigrants, because right now their attention is us. They're stopping everything that we have fought for, all the so-called protections that they gave us, all the black wealth structure that we have. They are ripping it down. They're tearing it apart. Okay, so I don't want to hear shit about no goddamn immigrant when the persons in charge are white men who are handing down these these particular measures to stifle our progress. If you know anything about history, it tells you this is what they did. They did it there. I said it earlier. They always change the narrative to stay in power, and that's what they're doing now. So what you're saying, bro, on one hand I get it, but on the other hand, you gotta watch them because the issue is us. They're not worried about no damn it.
Well, hold on for a minute. Listen. I talked about the contractors, right? But our government is at fault too, right? Because whenever these migrants get here, they are federal programs that they can apply for housing and subsidies, and our government actually house these people and actually give them benefits. So that's another incentive for them to come too. So instead of changing the goddamn Constitution, we need to look at programs that give these migrants incentives that come over here and cut those out also. There's a lot of areas that we... Hold on, wait a minute. There's a lot of areas that we can look at because the Constitution is not going to change. We need to get on these politicians and tighten up some of these regulations that we have when it regards immigrants and actually giving them incentives for coming here. Okay?
Trump is cutting off benefits to immigrants. Trump, how do you feel about Trump doing exactly what you just said, Tyrone?
Well, if he approached it from that manner, yeah. But once you start talking about, no, he's not. He's not. He actually closed it. Listen, this is not what he's doing. Donald Trump has created. Listen to what I'm saying. Donald Trump has created concentration camps. He's killing these people. He's actually doing inhumanitarian service by goddamn closing the goddamn border, separating children at the goddamn border, making people homeless, and no, he ain't doing what I just said at all. Not all.
Well, you just totally wrong on that. But let me.
What the hell is alligator acrocrat? What is alligator acrocrat?
Hold on for a second. You know Claude Anderson, right?
Yeah.
You know Claude Anderson, right?
Mm-hmm.
Power Economics, right? Y'all can pull a video up right now. This is what Claude Anderson said to us black people maybe 30 years ago. Claude Anderson said, immigrants are not here to come help you, help us as black people. They're not coming here to help us fight for civil rights.
Nobody making that argument.
He said the immigrants are here to replace your black ass.
Nobody making that argument.
You hear me?
Nobody said that they were here to help us.
Say what?
Nobody said that they was coming here to help us. Nobody believed that.
Hold on. Claude Anderson said that they are not our allies, that they are here to replace you.
Well, you're stating the obvious. That, I mean, if you got to use Claude Anderson to say that,
so
then
if they're here with an agenda that is not to be with us, because we're the ones who petitioned the government to allow their black and brown asses to come over here with the 1965 Immigration Act. We the one who fought our own government to allow them to bring their black, brown, Asian asses over here.
Well, see, when you say we,
and hold on. And how did they repay us when they got over here? Did they get with us?
No, listen.
That's not true.
You're still.
That's not true.
Hold on. You're still.
Hold on for a minute. And you got that black girl, like a whole bunch of Haitians, calling us black, dirty Americans.
Man,
listen.
Man, we worry about shit like that.
Hold on. When you say, listen to what I'm saying.
Can I finish, bro? You can hear these immigrants, even the ones who are telling the truth. Yes, our parents tell us that not to marry Americans, not to hang out with Americans, don't do nothing with black. I'm talking about black Americans. And that all they do is they're in the street, they smoke drugs, baby mamas, blah, 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 blah. The same old, this is what they teach their children over here. This is what they think about us when they come over here, even before they come over here.
Mm-hmm.
And they tell them it would be better for them to bring a white person home than bring a black person.
Well, they got their issues.
We will disown you.
They got their issues, but you can't say all Haitians are like that. But here's my point:
I didn't say all Haitians are like that. But
that's how you trying to paint the damn picture. Sir, listen.
Hold on for a minute. Hold on, Tyrone.
Okay.
All white people ain't racist, right? We know that.
Okay.
But we know the prevalent mindset that white people are racist. The majority of them. The same thing with these immigrants, bro.
Okay, but what I'm trying to tell you,
y'all are over here cheerleading for immigrants.
Ain't nobody cheerleading. Why you keep putting words in people's mouth? Nobody's saying what the hell you saying right now. Ain't nobody said that. What I'm trying to say, listen, ain't nobody cheerleading for no damn immigrants. I don't know why you keep saying that. But what I'm trying to tell you is when you say we petition to have them come over here, that is not totally true. Because who you need to look at when you talk about regulations and laws is the corporations for cheap labor is the one that get these policies changed so they can have cheap labor. It ain't the people. The people are not asking for immigrants to come to this damn country. It is the people that want cheap labor. Those are the ones that change the policies. The government changed the policies so they can have cheap labor. It ain't the people asking for immigrants to come over here. I partially agree with your sentiment is that they may be becoming a burden for black people in this country because there's so many of them, right? And they are taking employment that could be held by black people. I get all of that. But you're not going to change the 14th Amendment, so you need to address it from another angle and get on the government for providing them assistance, get on these goddamn contractors for hiring them and giving them less pay, get on the people that are actually giving them incentive to come over here so they won't have incentive to come over here. But as long as they can come over here and cut somebody's goddamn grass or put fucking roofs on the house or work in somebody's field, then they going to keep coming. You get what I'm saying?
Hey, Tyrone, I think if the immigrant was removed from this country, these white folks still wouldn't hire black people unless they willing to work for the wages that those Mexicans or immigrants. If they're not going to, if black folks ain't going to allow these motherfucking proprietors to treat them like the immigrants that they treat now, then they're not gonna hire us.
I said that they would. I said that they would earlier. You probably right about white people. They probably won't hire us.
And I think it's all. Let me say this. Hold on, y'all. Let me land this real quick. I think it's a plan, and I think Donald Trump gave the tell when he was telling his own supporters that black people don't want those jobs picking fruit in the field. We tried to get them out there. They don't want those jobs. All right. And I think it's all a plan. If they can get the Mexican out, then they can put us in those concentration camps. Mm-hmm. And then they can pass a law to force us to work just like slavery.
Right. Yeah. And just my point, with that being said, I'm also looking at the fact that, again, we always tend to be concentrating on the wrong people. They're in this country and doing what they're doing because of what? And they treat us the way they do because they got the blueprint from white people. White people gave them the blueprint to do it. Because what? Because these white people refuse what? To treat us like Americans. So when they come to this country, they come and say, oh, we can treat them like that because the white people will say so we can. So that's why they do it.
Well, you got a point to a certain extent, but Black Jesus Minister got a point too because these Haitians are going buck wild with insulting us on social media. I seen them. They are. But I can't. At some point in time, they got to take responsibility and not say that, and not say some of that crazy stuff that they be saying.
But you know what though? The way I quote deal with them, I tell them this. I take to my Haitian brothers. I say, look. Why are you here? If you know why you're here, because the conditions in where you're from was created by the same white boy, his brother from France, He put you in this situation and create that situation that you are in. So your issue should not be worrying about what blacks.
But that don't matter to them, man. They are so indoctrinated. They use the language of the white supremacists whenever they're talking about us. They're calling us welfare moms. They're calling us criminals. They're calling us all these things. You see what I'm saying?
But again, who's the blueprint for that?
But they're grown. They're adults. They're adults.
No, but I'm saying even still, I get what you're saying, but who gives them the blueprint for that?
They're still adults. Okay.
Okay, but my point is this: if they see panels of white people yelling at them about black crime, in their mind they're like, okay, it's okay to say that to them then.
Well, they should be grown enough not to let that sink in.
That's my point. So what I'm saying with that, what I'm saying, they can get the blueprint from them to do that. Then again, they reversing the things on us and stopping us from doing what we need to do, or stopping a black progress. So what I'm saying, we're kind of in a catch-22 thing now with this administration.
Listen, I live in Myrtle Beach, right? There's a lot of Haitian immigrants down here at Myrtle Beach because what? It's a resort area. What I'm trying to tell y'all is that these big corporations are saving money by flying in and housing immigrants. The people that are responsible for flying them in and giving them housing and letting them work for a season and sending them back to Haiti, those are the people that should be held accountable for having immigrants over here.
Right. Yeah, Tyrone, I'm not saying that doesn't happen. I used to work for Amazon temporarily, right? I worked for Amazon. And guess what I found out working for Amazon? Those Haitians and those Nigerians and those Kenyans that work at Amazon get paid for allowing them to work there.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you, is that there's a bigger problem than this 14th Amendment.
Right. So I'm saying, what you're saying to me is nothing new. I get that. They do that. They pay them. Matter of fact, it was other Africans that told us that. Oh, yeah, because there was a situation where a Nigerian girl got fired, right? They fired her. Guess what? They brought her back, and they fired the manager that fired her. You know why they fired that manager? Because they said, you're messing with our money. We get paid to hire them.
And it goes deeper. It goes deeper, too. And this is what I noticed, is that white vacationers are more comfortable whenever they're getting waited on by somebody with brown skin or black skin. That whole dynamic plays into why they bringing these immigrants into this country. So whenever you got people that spending money, they want to be waited on by these type of people. Whenever you're at these facilities, these water parks, these restaurants, they want to be waited on by black and brown people. It's kind of weird. It's like a culture that they trying to keep going. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But still, no. These dudes that we got in office, boy, they tricks. You know, they doing some tricks.
Well, they're racist. They're racist. Yeah. I could never find myself agreeing with any policies that come out of this administration. I don't see how Black Jesus Minister can come up here and say, "What Trump is doing right." No, he's not. Trump is a racist. Trump hates your butt just as much as the immigrants do. So there's no reason in the world you should be agreeing with anything that racist does.
Right. Yeah,
I agree.
I'm not oblivious to the fact that Trump is a racist. We've been dealing with white people in this country for 400 years or whatever the number is. And my point is that they ain't going nowhere and we ain't going nowhere. So why would we be suckers and sit up here being advocates for immigrants who don't like you, who call you all kind of...
Nobody's advocating for immigrants.
Advocating for them.
Nobody's advocating for immigrants. So stop saying that.
Well, I mean, to some degree you are. You're celebrating.
No, we're not.
Nobody's doing that.
Like you're celebrating, bro. that
I think
the
I
Supreme
think you
Court decision.
I think
That's
you
what it
putting on
sounds
too
like.
much, bro. You putting too much
So my
on
point is
No,
that, bro.
that
I mean the
we
bottom
need to
line. We were
talk
just
about.
talking
Hold on,
about the
can I finish, though?
Constitution. We were talking
I'm
about the
almost done, though.
Constitution
I'm
and what's
almost done.
legal and what's not
Come
legal.
on,
Ain't
man. I'm
nobody
almost
ever
That's
done.
all
going.
we were talking about.
I'm saying, okay, but let me say this here. I agree with you. We need to do everything that you mentioned and I mentioned to discourage them from coming here and not act like that these people ain't a damn problem. They are a problem. They're racist and they're sucking the resources of this country that don't belong to them. That's thievery. And they ain't got no business coming over here birthing babies and talking about, oh, my baby's an American citizen. We're suckers
now
when
you
we sit
talking
there and
crazy.
tip something like that.
Well, I
understand
think
what I'm
you. Black Jesus
I'm
Minister.
almost finished.
Okay,
so
okay.
Whatever Trump, hold on. So whatever Trump is doing to discourage and to get illegal immigrants out of the United States, we need to sit up here and support him in every.
No, the fuck we don't. No, the fuck we
No.
don't. What is wrong with you? No, we don't.
They done got to you, Black Jesus.
Anything else? Anything other than immigration? No, do not support Trump.
No.
Hey, Black Jesus,
You know,
let me ask
damn,
you a
boy.
question. Hey, Black Jesus, let me ask you a question. So
That white
all
man
these
sneaky, bro.
Hold on. All this Joey Mandarin, all that stuff they doing, redistricting, all that. That don't mean anything to you at all.
Yes, it does. It sure does.
Okay, so Haitians and all the rest of the groups, they're not doing that. They're not
Hey,
hurting
brother,
you like that.
no, but hold on though. I know they're not doing that, but you know what though? Them Haitians don't give a damn about redistricting because they feel that they're the white man's pet. They trying to be good.
No.
They trying to hold on for a second. We Black Americans are worried about that, yes, and we should be. But you know what? Trump is only gonna be in office for 2 years, man. White people been doing all kind of stuff. This stuff ain't gonna last what Trump and them is doing. But you coming over here by the millions and having babies, that's gonna last for forever. And then those babies have babies, and then those babies have babies, and their children ain't worried about your black ass. They ain't worried about white people. All they worried about is their own people and bringing more of them over here and taking over the politics of our cities and our states. And that's why we got sanctuary cities, sanctuary states, because they got enough numbers.
Now, hold on. Let me show. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me show y'all. Let me show you. Let me. Hold on, right quick.
From the white man.
They done got to him, Tyrone.
Let me show y'all. Let me show y'all the trick, right quick. Right. We've been talking about Mexicans, basically brown people and Haitians. But guess who else migrate over here that we don't talk about? Those fucking Europeans. The European. Hold on. Wait a minute, because we ain't mentioned them one goddamn bit. The Europeans, the Jews. We don't talk about them coming over here, embedding themselves in America, creating their own businesses and taking resources from Americans. But those are the bigger population that is coming over here doing the same shit that we're complaining about. The Asians come over here and they create all these companies, just like there was a car company down here in South Carolina, I believe it was, that was full of Asian fucking workers. I mean, so we're not talking about the only reason that we're talking about black and brown people is because we've been programmed to do so. But the problem is bigger than fucking people of color when they're allowing Asians to come over here and do it, and they're allowing white people and Europeans to come over here and do it, and they got us focused on the damn brown and black people.
Well, Tyrone, let me say this real quick. You make a really good point, because the draw for the immigrant is the people that's hiring the immigrant. Not one black person is opening a back door, allowing a whole bunch of immigrants up in this motherfucker. Why are we yelling at black people about immigrants when the draw here are the proprietors of these businesses that they know will hire them? You know, if they knew that they couldn't come over here and get a job, they might not come over here. They might go where they can get a job.
Look at who own these goddamn gas stations. Look at who own these goddamn restaurants. It ain't black and fucking Mexicans. It's goddamn Indians. It's goddamn Asians. Those are the people that's coming over here taking the real goddamn resources from us.
Yeah, it's Sister Iowa trying to say something.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sister Ottawa? Was you trying to say something? I guess you might have
I
fell
was
asleep.
just gonna say that this might be a good opportunity to go back and look at Frederick Douglass' speech he made in 1852. What to the slave is the 4th of July. He is quite a critique, and it's relevant today.
Yeah. Yeah.
You celebrating the 4th of July, Black Jesus?
Absolutely, bro.
Damn.
Did you celebrate Juneteenth?
I mean, why? Hold on. Why wouldn't I want to celebrate the birth of the nation where everybody's trying to die and sell their liver and their organs to get over here? And I wouldn't want to be no place else other than where my ancestors bled and died, and their blood is in this soil, bro.
Because you wasn't so let me ask you a question.
I'm not thinking about racist white people. I'm thinking about this nation as a whole.
But
I'm thinking about my ancestors whose blood is in this nation and no place else.
But your ancestors wasn't free. Your ancestors wasn't free on the 4th of July.
Yeah, they eventually got free. So what?
Yeah. So they was enslaved.
When I celebrate this nation, I'm celebrating the ones who was enslaved and the ones who were free.
You sound
well, that's not what the 4th of July is all about.
You sound like some kind of new fool. If you ain't learned by now that the 4th of July ain't for you, then there's something wrong with you.
Brother. Who told? So why? How come you ain't left the nation yet? Why are you?
Why does he have to leave?
Who talking about leaving? Ain't nobody saying about leaving. I ain't gonna celebrate.
No, if you don't like the 4th of July, which defines
that means leave. What I'm telling you is I'm not going to embrace. I'm not going to embrace the holidays. I'm not going to embrace the holidays of my oppressor.
Don't come back.
I'm telling you, I'm not going to embrace the holidays of my oppressor. That don't mean leave. What the hell are you talking about?
Hey, but you know what?
It don't even make sense.
This is the point. Hey, let me say this. Our people still believe that these fuckers in office are going to give them a kumbaya day. You're out of your mind. If they get their way, Black Jesus Minister, your ass will be on those fields picking them damn oranges, and they're not playing with you. They're not playing with you, bro. They're not. So fuck the damn immigrants. You better be worried about these motherfuckers in office passing these laws.
It's too late. It's too late, bro. Black people got at least, hold on, bro. Every black home got at least 5 guns in it, brother. It's too late, bro.
Okay.
Too goddamn late, bro. Now,
y'all always say that about fighting. Y'all always say
that. Man, that all sounds good. That sounds good and everything. That sounds good. It really sounds good what you saying, man. But, I mean, let's be for real, brother. Let's be for real. Okay? Ain't nobody trying to run out there and take on these law enforcement motherfuckers and all their guns and ammo. Ain't nobody doing that dumb shit.
No, they're not.
So they coming to get you to put you on that plantation? Are they coming to get you to put you on that plantation, bro?
No.
Hold on, Joshua. Hold on, Joshua. Let me take this. Let me take this, Joshua. Let me take this.
Y'all got the nerve to talk about me. Look, let me tell you something.
Listen, Black Jesus Minister.
I'm going to talk about the 4th of
You
July.
the one supporting the motherfuckers that's going to come and do that. So why you asking me if I'm going to go?
I created a nation that redefines.
I probably need to be asking you, Black Jesus Minister, are you going to be with them trying to make me go to the plantation? That's what I need to be asking.
As a result of it. Ultimate government for the next 2 centuries. I don't give a fuck whether you niggas appreciate it or not. I do, and it's my fucking holiday.
But do it. Shut the fuck up.
Listen, Sister Ottawa.
He had to say something. He had to say something. Let him say it. Fuck it. He was killing him over there.
Sister Ottawa
talking to him. He just lost it because we wasn't talking to him.
Listen.
I'm sick of you niggas.
Listen, Sister Ottawa brought up a point, and it goes right to what Black Jesus sentiment is when Frederick Douglass wrote that "What is a slave to the 4th of July?" He said, answer, a day that reveals to him more than all the other days of the year the gross injustice and cruelty to which he is the constant victim. To him, your celebration is a sham. Your boasted liberty and unholy license, your national greatness swelling vanity, your sounds are rejoicing empty and heartless. Your denunciation of tyrants, brass-fronted impudence, your shouts of liberty and equality, hollow mockery. Your prayers and hymns, your sermons and thanksgivings, with all your religious parade, your solemnity, are to him mere bombast, fraud, deception, impiety, hypocrisy, a thin veil to cover up crimes which would disgrace a nation of savages. There is not a nation on earth guilty of practices more shocking and bloody than the people of these United States at this very hour. So Frederick Douglass is telling Black Jesus Minister he's a goddamn fool for recognizing this fucking savage holiday that they're about to celebrate, and he's proudly embracing it along with Sarge. Who's this unknown caller?
And what year? What year was that written?
Look like 1852.
1852. He made a rebuttal. Refuting much of what he said. And you didn't even read that part. You piece of shit.
Who's this? There's an unknown call. I just opened somebody's line.
Everybody, hold on. Now I asked you that question for a strategic reason. See, Frederick Douglass is recognized as a national hero by this nation. So is Martin Luther King and a whole bunch of other Black people, even Harriet Tubman. You know, they was talking about putting her on the $100 bill, right? This nation. Now, you just read a great speech.
That was the Democrat.
Excuse me, brother. I'm talking. Come on now. I'm almost done. You read a very powerful speech of an abolitionist by the name of Frederick Douglass. There was also another abolitionist by the name of John Brown. Do you know who John Brown is, nigga?
Oh, now why are you going all off in that direction?
Excuse me, I'm talking to Tyrone. Tyrone, do you know who John Brown is?
Yes, we all know who John.
Yeah, he was a white man. He was a white man.
Donald Trump is no abolitionist.
When did you get a female voice, Tyrone?
He was a white man. That's who John Brown was.
When did you get a female voice? Yeah, I'm talking to Tyrone, sister. I don't need nobody.
Yeah, I know who John Brown was. He was a white abolitionist.
Sister, can I talk to Tyrone?
Okay, he was a white abolitionist. Go on.
Talking crazy.
Yeah. And so Frederick Douglass represents all Black abolitionists and slaves, and John Brown represents generations of white abolitionists, nigga. Oh God, quiet.
Boy, you love them white men.
Quiet. I'm talking
supported John Brown.
Black Jesus.
No.
You love them white men. You love them white testicles, don't you?
You got control of this. You got control of this, Tyrone.
You love them white testicles, don't you? Jesus Christ.
Do you have control of this? Tyrone, do you have control?
I was just telling you about Frederick Douglass, and you want to bring up them white testicles.
Can you control the room and let me finish, bro?
Go ahead, man.
Can you control the room and let me finish?
Go ahead, man.
Thank you very much. So the same while Black people was fighting and dying and struggling against slavery, white people was doing it too from the very beginning of this country.
I shouldn't have let you finish.
God, shut up. I need you quiet, bro.
I shouldn't have let you finish if you're going to say that shit.
I want you quiet, bro.
Really?
I want you to teach you something, bro. You need to be quiet, bro.
Not.
Brother, if it wasn't for white Christians, white Foursquare, white fundamentalist Christians, okay. This is sad how ignorant niggas can sit up here and laugh over the truth because you think your laughing is gonna drown out the truth. You laughing because you stupid. You laughing about how stupid you are right now? How I'm making you feel stupid?
God must forgive them.
Yeah, Lord, forgive the dumbass
They
niggas.
know no better.
But forgive the little dumb, simple niggas. Now, sister, you need to be quiet right now, sister.
You
You
can't
understand?
make me stop laughing.
You need to be quiet, simple sister. Be quiet.
No, I can laugh.
I need you quiet.
It's all
Sister, I need you quiet, sister.
Well, okay.
Ma'am, I need you quiet.
For your needs.
Ma'am,
All right,
I need you quiet.
okay, so we're gonna have to let Black Jesus finish, and then Miss
I
Lady.
need to finish,
I got
bro.
another
Be quiet,
caller.
bro.
Okay, I got another caller after Miss Lady, so you got to wrap it up, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, I am wrapping it up. You niggas gonna repent for being stupid. Y'all gonna repent for being dumb. You understand? Okay?
All right, hurry up.
I'm almost done. The abolitionist movement is a movement that comprises black and white people with y'all stupid asses. From the very beginning of this nation.
Okay, you love white people. You love white people.
Nigga.
I got it. You love white people. We gonna move on.
Done yet. I'm almost done. You see how you keep cutting me off?
Because you loving white people. Don't give a shit about no damn John Brown. Fuck John Brown.
When you read that that quotation from Frederick Douglass, that was before 1863 and 1865, before what? The end of slavery, the Emancipation Proclamation, you dumb nigga.
Okay. You love. I mean, you said all that to say you love John Brown.
Yeah. I'm almost done. You read a speech from Frederick Douglass, who was speaking as a free black man in this nation to bring about the end of slavery, and this nation allowed him to do that, and then this nation finally said, yes, we are wrong, we need to end slavery, and the Civil War put guns in the hands of black people and white people to go
that is not true. That is altered history. That is not true.
Hey, Tyrone, check this out.
Okay, that is altered history. All right, hold on. We're gonna have Miss Lady. Listen, I'm gonna mute every goddamn body so I can control.
The Civil War.
Okay, I'm gonna let Miss Lady go.
Q&A session
Jesus
is
Christ.
over. All participants are muted, and they can
Okay,
unmute themselves.
Y'all gonna have to shut the fuck up, so I can control the goddamn show. So Miss Lady, you're gonna go, but before you go, I got this unknown caller that I'm going to open their line. So hold on for a second.
Q&A session has started.
Okay, so this unknown caller here, who is that? Hello? Okay, so they don't want to talk. So Miss Lady, there's your line.
Okay. Well, I came in when Joshua was talking about the goal is to continue to harm black people. And I believe that what constitutes a birthright citizen means it can be changed. And I know it's going to take a lot to do it, but I believe if it can be changed, black people are on the list as well to remove citizenship from black people. And they're going to send because now they can send people wherever they want to send them. They can send them to countries they have no connection to and no relatives, don't even speak the language.
You know, I heard somebody say that before. So you saying if they get rid of birthright citizenship, that's going to put that's going to put black people in harm's way somehow?
Well, they're going to look to be able to do that as well.
Wait a minute, hold on. I'm talking to Miss Lady, sorry. Didn't nobody ask you nothing.
Man, you just make shit up. That's all you
I'm talking to Miss Lady. Can you shut the hell up? Other people can have opinions. Jesus Christ. Go ahead, Miss Lady.
Yeah, well, don't make shit up.
Shut the fuck up. Good Lord. Go ahead, Miss Lady.
No, they're going to have to, as we know, change the Constitution. They need the 2/3 majority in the House and the Senate, and it has to be ratified. 3/4 of the states have to ratify it, which is approximately, 33 states out of the 50. But if it can be changed, well, what constitutes a birthright citizen? I believe black people are going to be on that list, and they're going to be sending a whole bunch of folks up out here. They're going to confiscate your property. You're not going to get your Social Security, your pension check. You're not going to get your health care. So, I believe I don't put anything past the regime, and I think this has been there. All the steps had to be set up. They had to get, the pieces in place. But it's been moving along, because remember, first they started with, the criminals that are illegal. We want them out. Then the non-criminals, even people who have been were going to their hearings for asylum and that kind of thing, arresting them at the courthouse, going into the hospitals, going to the schools, all this foolishness. These people they just keep rolling the ball, more so down the hill.
Yeah. And you know what, Miss Lady? I think when they removed the TPS for Haitians, right, that opens the door for them to mistakenly, if you will, start attacking Black Americans. Because hell, we look we look the same.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So that's pretty much what I wanted to say.
I should piggyback on what Miss Lady said. I agree with her. I've always agreed with her. If they got rid of birthright citizenship, they're going to find a way to narrow that down. Because you got to listen how Trump has said it. That was meant for the babies of the slaves. That ain't none of us. None of us. We the ancestors of them babies, but that's none of us. And I think they're going to try to find some type of way to narrow that to us. So be careful what Black people out here want with this. I agree with you, Tyrone, on your sentiment on this. They need to tighten that stuff up. But to be honest, I'm glad that they upheld birthright citizenship because I think they have bigger plans with that. That's just my opinion.
I never thought about it like that.
Hey, Tyrone, and this my part. My thing too is the fact that after all that John Brown did, they still killed his ass. So that shit. So it didn't really matter to white people. They still killed him.
Well,
So,
I mean, Joshua,
so-
as we talking about Black issues, there's always a Black person to come in here and big up the
that's
white
true.
man. You know,
Right,
I mean,
yeah.
for some reason.
No, I say that to this. I'm saying because I want people to understand that they don't give a damn about no justice or freedom for anybody. Okay, that's not how they operate mentally. Okay, they got no soul like that. They don't think that way. Okay, and like I'm glad that this lady said what she said because I've been trying to make that clear for a long time here. That if they get their way on a lot of things, and like she said, like Miss Lisa said, I'm glad they stopped the birthright thing. I'm glad that was stopped because they were going to do some damage to Black people if that shit got through, and something else they want to get through. They also want to get the 1964 the Civil Rights Act. They want to get that out the way too. And I'm shocked they went after that the 14th Amendment first in birthrights. I thought that they were going to try to go after first the 1964 because that seemed to me that would be easier than the 14th Amendment. So I thought that's why I thought.
Well, no, but there's a lot of people that civil rights apply to, not only Black people, migrants and women, and people in
Civil
different
rights applies to everybody.
Yeah.
But
What I'm trying to tell him, if they
apply to everybody, Tyrone. But I'm saying when you think of civil rights for a white supremacist, when they think of civil rights, they think of who? Black folks first. Because
but I'm saying the ramifications of trying to attack it would attack a whole lot of people.
Right. You're right. But I'm saying
not to mention. Joshua, hold on real quick. The birthright citizenship issue would trump civil rights because you will no longer be an American citizen. So American citizens will still have civil rights, but losing your birthright citizenship removes you as a citizen. You don't even get citizenship right.
Right.
So it doesn't matter about the civil rights. They still gonna give citizens civil rights, American citizens, but you're not one, and we can ship you off to Angola and don't give a fuck about you. And your whole life changed. You was American citizen, had a job, you wasn't breaking the law, you got good children, but then all of a sudden they snatch you up and stick you in a prison.
Yeah, I mean, we got problems in the community. We're going
for the children of illegal aliens, but we're going to take it away from natural-born black citizens. Y'all make all the sense in the world.
We're going to let Sarge and we're going to let Sarge and Black Jesus Minister.
Y'all just make up shit, conspiracies right and left.
We're going to let Sarge and Black Jesus.
Talk about me and January 6th.
We're going to let Sarge and Black Jesus Minister have
Let me
their.
tell you something.
Why can't I talk?
To what Frederick Douglass said about the Constitution in 1860. That's 8 years after the other speech you referenced. Read it if you got the guts. Read it.
We're going to let Sarge and Black Jesus Minister have their John Brown burgers.
I swear I ain't never seen niggas like y'all just...
We're gonna let Sarge and Black Jesus Minister have.
It's going to come true.
We're gonna let Sarge and Black Jesus have their John Brown burgers on the 4th of July.
Real quick. Can I say something real quick, Tyrone?
Go ahead.
It's really, I hear it a lot. Every time one of these clowns get caught up in supporting Trump or the Republicans, they want to bring up white abolitionists. And it's funny to me that they comparing Donald Trump to an abolitionist. It's the furthest thing from similarity. So you might be right, Black Jesus Minister, about white folks being abolitionists. But what does that matter when Donald Trump is no white abolitionist?
Right.
That's
I can't believe this shit. We talking about slavery.
brother, the difference
We talking about
is.
slavery in 2026.
Yeah.
Shut up,
Yeah,
Sarge.
the difference is. The
Hell
difference
no,
is this
y'all
is
are crazy. You say crazy shit.
the difference is this is
I'm not gonna shut up with
2026.
this crazy shit going on.
The difference is this is 2026. You can compare John Brown to anybody you want to in history.
No, you can't.
Brother, can I finish, bro?
Well, that's not true.
How come I can't compare John Brown to Nat Turner?
Because he's a white.
John Brown and Nat Turner both. Nat Turner and John Brown both killed white people to free black people. So what the hell is you talking about?
They ate Nat Turner.
Nigga.
God damn it.
I said Donald Trump, nigga.
Hold on.
No white abolitionist, nigga. You bringing up somebody totally fucking different. Not part of the argument, nigga.
They ate Nat Turner. They fucking juiced him up and chopped him up and ate his ass. They didn't eat no motherfucking John Brown. So that's why you can't do it. They ate that motherfucker. They ate it.
Is John Brown a hero or is he a goddamn wicked ass?
Well, that's the limits you want to put on it. That ain't the limits I'm gonna put on it.
No, I'm asking you, Tyrone, since you got a big mouth. Toby Tyrone, your new name is Toby Tyrone. Toby. Okay? Toby and Tyrone.
John Brown is a fuck John Brown. How about that?
Hey, Tyrone, tell him. Hey, Tyrone, tell him.
Fuck John Brown.
While you eating your Toby Tyrone burgers, okay? Now, my whole point to you is, bro. John Brown is a goddamn hero. Not just by himself, but his white sons, and all those black men and those slaves who joined his military. There was black men and white men in his military, bro. Killing white folks and freeing black people. Now, so my point is, the government killed Nat Turner.
They ate him.
The government killed John Brown. So now you stupid niggas want to poo-poo on John Brown because he got killed?
Did they eat John Brown?
Is John Brown a hero? Yes or no?
Did they eat John Brown?
Yes, he is.
Did they?
He was a heroic fanatic terrorist.
Did they eat John Brown? That's what I want to know. Did they eat John Brown?
No.
Only Toby know that answer.
Okay, well, I don't think they ate John Brown. So there's a difference between Nat Turner and fucking John goddamn Brown. Fuck John Brown.
Oh, what's the difference?
Well, no. Let's get back to the original. Let's get back to the original argument I made to you, Black Jesus Minister. Is Donald Trump John
Donald
Brown?
Trump ain't got nothing to do with John Brown.
That's the nigga
Donald
you
Trump is the
representing up in
president.
this nigga.
John
That's the
Brown was
nigga
not
you
the
representing
president,
up
bro.
in this.
Like John Brown, are you kidding?
John Brown
Of
was
course,
not the
Donald
president
Trump
of
is
the
not
United
John
States,
Brown.
bro.
So why you sucking
John
Donald
Brown
Trump's
was
meat
not the
like
president of the
and then
United
bringing
States,
John
man.
Brown up? Why are you doing that? Why are you repping
because
Donald Trump and
Tyrone Let me tell you
referencing
why.
John
Let me tell you
Brown
why.
as
Let me
if you
tell you
weren't
why.
trying to put those two things together for
Let me tell you why.
solidarity?
Tyrone asked me why.
No,
am
I asked you, nigga. I asked you before
Bruh, can you
Tyrone
be
asked
quiet
you
for a minute, bro?
anything. I
Brother,
asked
I'm
you.
answering
You
your
just don't
question,
want to answer me,
I'm
nigga.
answering your
You just don't
question.
want to answer me because you know you sound stupid.
Brother, I'm answering your question. Your answer to your question is that Tyrone asked me.
Nah, it's Tyrone.
Brother, can you, goddamn, I'm talking about you, nut ass nigga. Do you understand I'm talking about your question?
Is Donald Trump
And
John
brother,
Brown?
goddamn,
Is the
okay,
question,
brother,
nigga. I know it's hard for you to understand simple English. Is Donald Trump John Brown, nigga? That's the question to you.
Did you go get a GED, nigga, the last time I talked to you? It's been about 20 years. Did you go get a GED yet, nigga? Hell no, you ain't even got no damn GED. Shut your ass up.
Bro, you
man.
can't even comprehend the simple words coming out of my mouth, nigga. Is Donald Trump John Brown? You ain't got to go around the block to answer the question, nigga. It's a direct question, nigga.
Dumb nigga.
Listen up, nigga nut. Listen up, nigga nut. Listen up, nigga nut. It's a simple question.
Bro, quiet, bro.
Then
Now, look
answer
here,
it.
man.
Answer the
Bro,
question.
You stupid, bro. Trump is the president of the United States with your retarded ass.
Is he John Brown?
John Brown, goddamn. Do you understand, bro? John Brown was not the president, you stupid ass nigga. That's how stupid you is.
Well, why are you
thought
comparing
John
your
Brown-
president to
you
John
thought
Brown then?
John Brown was the president.
Why
of
are
the
you
United States,
comparing
you
Donald
stupid ass.
Trump to John Brown then,
You
nigga?
thought that John Brown was the president of the United States with your
No,
stupid
I
ass.
didn't. I'm asking you,
Well, how the
why
hell
are you comparing
compare
your
him to
president
Donald
to John
Trump?
Brown?
All
Nigga, you
right.
so
We
stupid, you can't even understand.
ain't getting nowhere with this.
How do you compare him to Donald Trump, you dumb nigga?
No, you the one comparing them, Black Jesus.
That's right.
Just a stupid ass lie, Tyrone. Stop taking it for this dumb ass nigga.
Who is this? Wait a minute, hold on. Somebody.
I'm
Shut
telling
up.
you, man. You dumb.
Who's this unknown
Nigga, you a dumb
caller?
nigga. Quiet, nigga. I need you quiet.
Who's this unknown
Now here I
caller?
go. Tyrone,
What?
your first question to me was, why do I celebrate the 4th of July?
Yeah.
I celebrate the 4th of July because of white and black abolitionists, and their movement was successful on the Emancipation Proclamation, and they gave guns to black men who joined the Union Army to go down there to shoot and kill white slave owners to free their black brothers and sisters. That's why I celebrate the 4th of July.
Okay, so let me get this other caller.
All right, Clarence Thomas.
Your answer was a dumb answer, but who's this on the caller?
No, hold on. It's me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
What up,
Oh, okay. What's happening, man? Hey, I just wanted to ask Tyrone, this is a very good discussion. If we could hear them, it's a lot of talking over the top of each other. I just popped in, but what I heard sounds like I agree with Black Minister Jesus. But, let them get it out. And Black Jesus, Black Minister, you gotta let the other people talk too. You gotta let the other people talk.
Hey, just call him Clarence Thomas. That's all you gotta do.
No, it's all good. But Black Jesus Minister making a point. Look, I think you probably already know I align more with what Black Jesus Minister is talking about. But regardless, let's hear this. This is what it's about. A real discussion where you can hear both sides. And the thing about it is, some of y'all, man, a little too emotional on this shit. Calm y'all ass down and let these people say what they got to say.
Dude, that was Black Jesus Minister over there huffing and puffing.
Well, you was doing a little huffing puffing too, man.
I ain't
And
no,
Sarge-
not at all.
and
Not at all,
Sarge
nigga.
Sarge was screaming and
Calm
and
down,
Sarge Sarge was screaming in the background. So who needs to calm down?
Yeah, you didn't hear Sarge doing all that huffing and puffing and crying and rubbing himself.
I wrote in the chat room that he was doing that. I was like, man, you being all emotional. Calm your ass down.
Yeah, but here's the deal, though. Here's the deal. We were talking about the 14th Amendment, and then these people, for some reason, want to insert white people and rub the nuts of fucking John Brown.
Yeah, but
and all of
Tyrone, that's that bullshit.
And Donald
man.
Trump. Don't leave Donald Trump out, Tyrone.
They
That was
just
the first white man came out of Black Jesus Minister mouth.
They always got to cuddle
hold on.
They always got to cuddle the nuts of white people for some reason. I'm gonna say that shit.
Tyrone, you know what you're doing though. You stirring that shit up unnecessarily.
Nobody was talking about white people. I read what Frederick Douglass said, and here come Black Jesus Minister. I love the white man, John Brown. He gave black people guns and all this kind of shit. Ain't nobody hear that
no, I'm
shit.
talking about when. Hold on. I'm talking about when you said the 14th Amendment. Y'all was having that discussion earlier, and that would have been good if Sarge would have shut up and stopped screaming, and if you would have been honest and just taken one at a time. You kept telling him about what does it say about people born where, and you ain't wanna. I didn't hear if y'all.
He wouldn't answer the question.
I just said he was yelling over and he wouldn't, he kept screaming back at you, arguing with you, instead of just letting you get that point out, answer it, then, okay, now let's move to the next part. That whole thing about jurisdiction. And I think that's a legitimate and very important part of the statement that's in there.
Okay, but I'm not the one that don't know how to communicate. I was trying to have a conversation. Yeah. He's the one that was screaming, as you just identified. He don't know how to fucking have a conversation.
Well, you was doing it too. I mean,
I wasn't.
Hey, Tyrone,
let me say this right here. See right here. See what's going on? I don't scream because as soon as I start talking, people gonna talk over me regardlessly, just like you doing. People just gonna talk over me.
You don't scream, but what you do is you keep agitating with the bullshit, the dumb shit. Like,
well, you do too. You do too, dog. I done listened to your show. You do that too.
Well, ain't nobody asked Black Jesus Minister to come on here and start coddling the nuts of John Brown. Ain't nobody asked Black Jesus Minister to do that.
Hey, Tyrone, let me say this right quick, Tyrone. And the bottom line is that John Brown was not successful. He wasn't. Frederick Douglass he wasn't successful. He was pulling it, but he was not successful, okay? Because the issue of race and racism and black people being lynched did not stop. It prevailed. So both of them was not successful.
Exactly.
All that shit
is that the point that we talking about, though? Is that the point, whether or not they're successful? No, I just came in.
Yeah, because he said that they were successful, and they were not successful. They were not successful. Yeah.
Because I was going to say,
and he also said, ABC, he also enlisted to us that Donald Trump was going to take care of everything. That's what Black Jesus Minister represented.
Hold on for a minute, Joshua. I'm not above giving John Brown credit for what he accomplished. I'm not above that at all. But the reason that I'm pushing back on John Brown tonight is because for some reason, Black Jesus Minister on Saturday wants to eat John Brown burgers and celebrate this white man's holiday and come on here and tell us that we should be celebrating the goddamn 4th of July because of a fucking John Brown. Fuck John Brown. I mean, that's where I'm at with that, So I'm not above giving him credit for being an abolitionist and all that kind of stuff.
But Tyrone, I see what you're saying, and I'm agreeing with you, but he made a statement that he was successful. He was not successful. He was killed. He was not successful. Okay, so Nat Turner. Nat Turner was not successful. I'm sorry, y'all. He was not
they
successful.
killed him.
Yeah.
They killed him.
They ate him. But they ate Nat Turner. I just want to let y'all know they ate Nat Turner.
Now,
that's really important.
Now look at Tyrone over here saying F John Brown. Now we should be saying F Toby ass Tyrone because your ass served in the military, nigga. Your ass served in the military. You did exactly what the white man told you to do. Killed who the white man told you to kill.
That's crazy to bring that up.
Hey, Black Jesus.
We're gonna have Toby-ass Tyrone.
So this nigga should not go look for a job. So Tyrone shouldn't go look for a job, nigga.
Was the original fight the power, nigga.
John Brown, the original fight the power, huh?
So we're gonna sit up here. We're gonna F Tyrone. We're gonna F Tyrone, and we're gonna lift up John Brown.
Damn.
Hey, now I tell you, the dude that was the baddest. I tell you, Black Jesus Minister, the dudes who was the baddest motherfuckers. Hold on.
I'm sorry.
The baddest motherfuckers out there with them dudes in 1814 that damn near made the state of Louisiana black. They were so scared. Them crackers were so scared. They had to send out what? Who? The cavalry for them brothers. Them brothers was kicking ass in Louisiana, and that's how they won, because they called the cavalry. That's the only reason why they won.
My point about white men back in them days is when I say they ate Nat Turner, and I just asked AI, it says yes, according to historical accounts. Yes, according to historical accounts, the body of Nat Turner was severely mutilated and desecrated following his execution by hanging on November 11th, 1831, in Jerusalem courtyard in Virginia. Now it's called Courtyard in Virginia. While it is debated whether he was directly eaten by acts of ritual cannibalism, contemporary records and historians' documents show that the body was handed to the doctors for dissection. His remains was brutally processed. His skin was flayed and to make souvenirs and purses. His flesh was rendered into grease. And some historical accounts, sources say, and modern cultural critiques, such as Vincent Woodard's The Delectable Negro, suggest that the fat may have been consumed as medicinal substance or grease by local white populace as the final triumph over him. And what I'm trying to say to Black Jesus Minister, you sitting up here putting these white fucking savages on a goddamn pedestal. I don't care if he is John Brown. Fuck them people. That's what I mean when I say fuck.
Hey, Tyrone, can I comment to that? You know, just two things real quick. One is you read it and they said ritualistic, right? As a ritualistic thing. I think that's important because that goes to this whole thing about spirituality and stuff, which y'all all say ignore, which say is bullshit. But those people, you know, all around the world, there's spiritual and religious stuff. And just the fact that that was mentioned in what you just read, I thought was important.
Not the cannibalism, right?
But hold on a second. Let's deal with that real quick, though.
Go ahead.
What was the point of the ritualistic thing? The whole thing with the ritualistic was the cannibalism. What else was was there something else? Maybe I missed it.
Wait a minute, ABC. How is that?
Hold on, brother. Hold on a second, brother. I'm just asking a question. Was there something else that they were addressing as ritualistic in the description, or was it about the cannibalism? Because that's the way I understood it. Maybe I misunderstood.
What does that
make
matter?
your point. Go ahead and make your point. What is your point?
The point is, why is that anything? Not the cannibalism. We were talking about the cannibalism. That's what the original is. So what are we talking about?
We talking about
what is my purpose for sharing it? What is my purpose for sharing it? Is that what you want to know?
No. It was addressing nobody when she said not the cannibalism, right?
Or how they killed Nat Turner. They killed Nat Turner. You don't even get to cannibalism. You don't get to your spirituality conversation if the white man don't kill Nat Turner.
Again, this is another non sequitur. What's that got to do?
How is that non sequitur? That's what the basis of our conversation is about.
ABC,
abolitionists get killed.
Let's do it. Hold on, goddammit. ABC, go ahead and make your original point. What was you trying to make after I said that?
Well, I was addressing nobody when she brought up the cannibalism. I'm like, well, that's what the ritualistic part was. So what's the point? And now he just went into the point about that they killed Nat Turner. And look, I ain't nobody taking away from that, but again.
But what was the point of the debate? You have to figure out the part of it because the spiritual part of it is demonic and satanic. Okay, why are you bringing that up?
The point of Nat Turner was this guy was a brother who led a revolt against these devils and started killing all of them and stuff. And he was so important. Maybe he wasn't successful, but he did a lot of fucking damage. He was so significant that when they did kill him, they did this ritualistic killing and started talking about eating them and all this kind of shit to try to gain what was in him. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, so you thought Nat Turner had special powers? You dumbass. Wait a minute. So you thought, well, shut the hell up, nigga. You thought that these savage fucking uneducated motherfuckers thought that another human would have special powers so they could eat him and get his special powers. See, that's how stupid they were. That's how stupid they were. Well, and you hear the word ritual and then you think that white people must have been on to something by eating niggas. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Maybe we should start eating the white man.
Hold on a second.
Hey, y'all, but check this out, y'all. Throughout history.
Hold on a second.
One second, Mama.
Let me respond to what he said before. Let me respond. Let's stay on the topic. So you making it about me saying that they thought that they had powers on shit. I'm saying the point is, whatever you think about spiritual stuff, whatever anybody think about any of it, these devils thought that there was something they could gain from eating this stuff, and I don't believe they're the only ones. I think that's in the history. There's been people who have done this kind of stuff.
They stupid. They are stupid.
According to you, look, these devils.
According to them and what they did to Nat Turner, they're stupid.
Hold on, nigga, you too stupid to listen. So for whatever reason, people that's in power seem to think there's something into it. That's what these Epstein people was doing, cannibalism. The devil, the niggas that got all the power in the world, they think there's something into it. While your dumb ass is out here, that's some bullshit, while they eating babies and shit.
So you think we ought to do what they do?
No, nigga, I'm saying no.
Well, why are you bringing that up then?
Because I'm saying know what you're dealing with and quit being dumb.
We already know they crazy, nigga. We've been telling you that.
Hey, look, this the thing.
That ain't the point.
Let me say
but
this.
you gonna make fun of the idea that these people.
Yeah, we do. You make fun of crazy people.
Hey, look.
Yeah, you do.
So you went in there.
Right, but let me say this right quick.
Oh, okay. I get it.
Dog. I don't have to be winning. That's just what I do.
Let me say this right quick. Look,
wait a minute, hold on, y'all.
Let me say this, man.
Well, I got to say this right here with ABC because this is where ABC coming from right here.
Spirituality is where we come from. That's who we is. That's what sets us apart from everybody else. We are spirits.
Oh God.
We ain't
you right.
like
You
that.
right.
We spirits.
You right.
You thought they were gonna get some spirits from Nat Turner, huh?
Is that the whole reason why he on here arguing with Tyrone to prove spirituality and not talk about abolitionists?
I understand it, y'all don't.
But let me historically, white folks have ate a lot of black folks. Okay, at that particular time, so that wasn't nothing that wasn't
historically
uncommon.
That's something that's never really been discussed when we speak about slavery, but that was a practice during slavery.
Yeah,
it's a big practice, and along with a lot of other shit that we don't talk about.
Yeah.
We never talk about them using black babies for alligator bait.
Yeah,
but this stupid motherfucker somehow is supposed to be a representative for black folks, and we supposed to go cuddle up to Donald Trump because it don't make sense to me. If Donald Trump will take my black babies and use them as alligator bait, then he's telling me what he thinks of my black ass. And I should be fearful of this motherfucker because he means me and my black babies no fucking good. So any white man on the planet similar to Donald Trump, and trust me, there is a gaggle of these motherfuckers in America all throughout history up to today. So to come on this line and try to represent that these fucking white folks gonna give a fuck about black people when they've been killing babies and eating black folks and doing all other fucking stupid shit. I'm not believing that nigga. That nigga's a Clarence Thomas to me. And any nigga trying to push that shit is a Clarence Thomas.
Hey, I will say to Black Jesus Minister, look, I'm more conservative. I'm on that, but I ain't that far. What he just said, if we on here talking about Trump is great and all that kind of shit, or any of these people, fuck that shit. I'm just going by the works and what these people stand for. And with Trump, I do think he was a better candidate than the other side. I didn't vote for nobody. But regardless, the point is that you can't trust none of these people. So, see that right there. Is Black Jesus, hold on, is Black Jesus Minister still on? Maybe he can
he's still, well, he just dropped off. But see that right there, every time black people get on here and they start giving these people a little bit of credit like you just did, you got some problems, brother. Listen to what I'm saying. Since day one, Donald Trump has told you that he hate you and your fucking people. Since day one. And then he started firing black people out of the military. He started firing black women. He started using DEI and woke as an insult to black people, and got the whole nation calling us niggers by using those words like DEI and woke and all this kind of bullshit. And you said he was better than the other one. No, he won't. Not for no black person. Donald Trump is a goddamn racist, ABC. And you sitting here talking about, well, he was better. No, he wasn't. Not at all. But because you got your head so far up white people's ass, you can't see
there you
that.
go with that shit. Why you gotta add that extra shit?
But you do.
Oh, man. No, it's bullshit, man. Look, it's simple. Your white daddy, you think is better than what you think I got a white daddy. I'm saying, ain't none of it. Fuck all of these people. I'm the one that keeps coming out here talking about us and what we doing to each other and all this stuff. And y'all don't want to hear it because you want to talk about the white man all day long. I'm saying you can't trust those people. You can expect all you want, but you ain't gonna get nothing from them. So the best you can do is fix yourself. But you don't want to talk about that. You just want to talk about your white daddy.
Well, I'd like to know, ABC, why do you think Donald Trump is so much better than the Democratic nominee? Because I specifically, don't talk in general, specifically name A, B, C, D, E, F. What has he done to demonstrate that he is better?
Because my own belief or what I want is to be left the fuck alone and given the same, be treated like everybody else. That's where I stand.
You're not being specific at all.
If you would be quiet, I could
you don't have anything. You don't have anything.
If you would be quiet, I could.
You don't have anything to state. No.
See, you ain't even trying to have no discussion.
Specifically, and you're
Number one, you don't dictate to how somebody talks. I'm trying to tell you what I want.
You don't have anything. You don't have. You're empty. You're just an empty kind of suit.
Hey, hold on, ABC. Don't get emotional now.
Okay,
yeah,
I'm just
right,
gonna be quiet. So I did that intentionally so everyone can hear his response. He has nothing. Hello. That's it.
Is that lady finished? Can I say something? Is that lady finished?
Hello.
Oh, now we got another nut job coming in. Do I get to answer the question or not?
Hurry up.
Go ahead.
All right, like I said, I have my own position. I have my own position of what I think is needed and what I want. He comes close to that than all that shit on the left. That's why I think he's better. And that's why I thought
in other words, you have nothing. There's nothing you can say.
Why you got to comment? I thought you was going to be quiet.
Hey, how you doing?
Listen to this shit.
I have something.
Y'all some nuts.
No, but hold on, Maze. Listen. I'm glad Miss Lady asked that question because before the election, before all this went on, ABC actually told us why he wouldn't vote for the left, and that has something to do with adrenochrome, them eating babies, them having sex with babies. Yes, you did. You were talking about pedophilia.
I said all that.
No, hold on, motherfucker. You were talking about pedophilia. You were talking about gay people. You were talking about everybody on the left is demonic. And all of that kind of bullshit, right?
Yes,
okay, so now we know that the right is into pedophilia. We know that the right is into homosexuality, like Nick Fuentes and that man's secretary or whatever the fuck he is. We know that the right
Grindr down at the damn GOP National Convention.
Yeah, we know that they're all into gayness. And we know that the right is all corrupt and doing all of these things that you claim that the left was doing, but you still want to say that somehow or another their positions align with yours when we know they didn't release the Epstein files. We know that Donald Trump took pictures with children. We heard Donald Trump on the fucking audio talking about grabbing women and the sexual assaulting women and all that kind of bullshit. We know he slept with a porn star. So you don't know what the fuck you want. It's just that because black people are aligned with the left, you want to be as far away from that as possible. That's your stance.
But Tyrone,
okay, you're a liar, and you just loudmouth is a liar. Who won't let nobody else talk? She's gonna do all facts on your show.
He's aligned with what he believes.
She's doing the all facts on your show. She gonna control
so he's in
your
agreement.
Show.
He's in agreement with that.
Go
ahead. Let Maze go. Let Maze go. Go ahead, Maze.
Oh, is Black Minister Jesus still there?
Who?
Black Minister Jesus. Is he still there?
He dropped off.
Oh, okay. He came on with the carrot of what I said earlier. Sticking the carrot out there, talk about the Haitians helped build this country.
Look over there. Look up Chicago and what the Haitians did before anybody else did, because they fought for their freedom. That's why they hate them so much. So look up Haitian history and see what they did for this country. Since they always do the immigrants. Haitians are not coming here because Haitians are not trying to tell your black history away. It didn't take about 10 signs down about your history. They destroying your history. I don't know who ABC them think doing. I guess they think Biden doing it. They don't want to even be known that the black people had history. So that's why I don't understand where they're coming from. And saying you should go along with Trump because he's right. Right about what? Because everybody he's doing business with, what are they? Immigrants. He ain't doing no business with nobody over here. And an immigrant, they get the biggest welfare check to Elon Musk. So I'm trying to figure out when you hear Megan, the one over there on Fox, she said the very same thing I heard him say, Sarge say, and ABC. But he can't even come up with a reason why what he wants. He don't even know what he wants to sell.
Well, yeah, I think
that's what I wanted him to give me an answer to when he came on here with that, and that's just a red herring that they stick in front of people's face and make them look like they're doing something.
Well, I don't want to go at the Haitians like I did with the Asians and the Hispanic people, but the Haitians dig their own grave because they on social media saying some of the wildest things about Black Americans, and I wish they wouldn't do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but Black Americans do it too. You got 3 that's on here today.
Well, you right about that.
So why are we gonna worry about them? They don't like black people either. Some of them. You don't put them all in one bunch. Say that they did, but
no.
Yes, they make money too. So they
yeah. All Haitians ain't like that though, but they just I don't know. And I hate that they removing the TPS for the Haitians. You know, I really do.
I do too. I hate that.
I'll tell you one thing that is true. The 3 niggas we heard from tonight, they hate black people too. Don't ever count them out either.
And you can never talk to a Haitian man. They get upset. I don't know what they think. That Trump, he fired all them black people, all of these that work for the government, he got rid of them. The lady that he couldn't get rid of, the Supreme Court told him that he couldn't do it. Well, what's wrong with them? And what is he giving him that he won't?
Well, I'm telling you, he's about to put a dent in the economy with these Haitians. I'm telling you, because as soon as he start kicking these people out, there's gonna be there's a lot of Haitians down here, guys, and I don't know what the hell they're gonna do. Not unless they put Mexicans down here, I guess. But they trying to get rid of them too.
You know why it's a lot of them there? Because they have a history with Carolina.
Oh yeah.
They came over here rich. They didn't come over here poor. Because they fought for their freedom from where they came from. And they help America to be what it is.
Yeah, I don't never bring up, whenever we talking about immigrations, I don't never bring them up. But I see them all the time, you know. But I really hate that they doing that.
But tell me what I say. It's 3 words. It's a wall. It's the immigrants, and it's the gay people. With Lindsey Graham just the biggest going around to Six Flags trying to find somebody. I don't know who it was.
That Treasury Secretary gay as hell too.
Yeah, that Besson guy. That's what I'm trying to say. Is ABC and them is all down for the gayness when it's there when they're on their side. But you know,
what they represent him. He said stuff he wasn't represent him.
Mike Johnson was on Grindr too. All them people gay.
All of them. All of them.
And then they got the nerve to try to protect them. I don't understand it. So that was my point.
And then there was a MAGA person at the 250th anniversary. At the beginning of it, up there masturbating. I don't know if y'all seen that or not. ABC support all these crazy ass people.
They had it on the local news here about him got caught up. They had it on all our local news here.
Man. God damn. And they want to talk about black people. Nigga can't even have a damn, weekend party without the damn police all up in their damn cars show and shit. But these motherfuckers beating dick on TV. Get the hell out of here, nigga. I'm sorry.
And Megan Kelly, the Haitian man,
I'm telling you, the reason that black people are on the conservative side, like ABC and Sarge, is because they hate black people. They don't like to hear me, Mama's Boy, Miss Lady, Elisa. They don't like to hear none of our opinions because they want to put us in our place and we supposed to listen to the white man. You see what Black Jesus Minister just did when he was talking about John, whatever the fuck his name is.
Brown.
Yeah, conflating John Brown with Donald Trump, that was the funniest shit I ever heard.
But it's like Master Sick, I see. When you hear them, that's what you think.
Well, they try to soften you up with the white abolitionists. That's where they try to soften you up with that. They try to say, you know who John Brown was? Like, you supposed to give a damn that some one white dude out of a gang of white dudes decides he wants to go against the current establishment. Well, there's precedent for this. It's history in this country that goes all the way back. And it has nothing to do with them giving a damn about them, black people being mistreated, African descendants being mistreated. It has everything to do with economics.
Yeah,
the motherfucker who probably got the slave is making more money than the motherfucker who don't use slaves on the plantation. So they obviously gonna want the motherfucker to lose his slaves because it makes the playing field even for them to make money. They don't give a damn what the fuck happens to us.
Well, they created this narrative as the white man as the hero because, you know, I'm kind of learning. I kind of already knew, but Abraham Lincoln didn't really want to free the damn slaves. And when Black Jesus Minister talking, they gave black people guns so they can fight. That ain't the reason that they let black people fight in the goddamn
That's
civil
right.
war.
Tell the truth.
Yeah. So
hey, you know what happened to all those black soldiers that Black Jesus Minister is bailing about? As soon as the war was over, them black dudes did not get their house, picket fence. They got sent to Canada.
Yeah, Abraham Lincoln wanted to get rid of the black. Abraham Lincoln wasn't opposed to slavery like that. He just wasn't.
No, he wasn't. He wasn't.
They got sent out of the country. You just defended the country, and you supposed to have your freedom. Yeah, you got your freedom. Get your ass up to Canada, nigga.
So when you hear them, that's what you hear. That's their rhetoric that they got going on in a little envelope, and they pass it on. And we just don't. We don't indulge in stuff like that. But I'm on ABC to give me his reason why he like what Trump's doing that nobody else is doing. He still didn't give a reason. He just came up with something out of the top of his head, I guess.
They don't. If the Trump administration is trying to hide pedophiles and trying to protect them people, they were the best choice.
Oh, excuse me. But have y'all noticed when you're talking, those that's in office now, saying if we lose, we going to jail. They're saying they're going to jail. So in other words, they're admitting that they're committing crimes.
Well, they saying that, but the Democrats so damn weak, I don't think that they would do it.
But I'm saying
no, they won't.
It's the third person I've heard say that. So they must be doing
because
something.
they're breaking the law. It is clear that they're breaking the law. Donald Trump was not supposed to knock down the damn White House. Donald Trump was not supposed to put his name on the goddamn Kennedy Center. Donald Trump is not supposed to be selling fucking cell phones. His children is not supposed to be making money off of the White House. He's not supposed to receive an airplane from the goddamn Qataris. All of that shit is illegal. All of that Bitcoin bullshit, Donald Trump in the stock market, all of that shit is illegal. And there ain't nobody doing nothing about it. All that shit is illegal.
Yes.
Well, the portion of government that's supposed to hold them accountable is in lockstep with it. That's why.
Yep.
And I'm saying whenever the Democrats take charge, I mean they got a blueprint to all the crimes that these people are committing. They need to lock these motherfuckers up.
I agree with you, Tyrone. If they don't, see, this is what if the Democrats come in like they did under Joe Biden and go lackluster on the corruption and shit, I guarantee you it's going to be bad for the Democrats.
It's going to get worse because the Democrats ain't going to
have to come in and clean house in order to get reelected.
Yeah, their constituents ain't going to vote for them no more. They just ain't. The Democrat is going to be lost, to be honest with you. And the first thing that the Democrats need to do is go ahead and fill up that goddamn Supreme Court and outvote fucking those racists on that goddamn Supreme Court. Put shit back the way it was. Reenact the goddamn voting rights, affirmative action, all that shit that they done undid.
Roe versus Wade, all that shit.
They need to put that shit back. And then they need to start locking motherfuckers up. That's what they need to do.
I agree, Tyrone. I agree.
They're not going to do that. They're not going to do that. They're going to say that the country needs to heal.
The
And they're
country's
gonna
go, the
drag,
country
they're
gonna
gonna
heal
drag
with
their
them
feet.
motherfuckers
You know,
in jail.
I hear that, but Elisa is absolutely right. I can already hear it
She
now.
is
That's the
right.
first thing they're gonna say.
And they need to
But I'm-
cut Israel off. They're not gonna do that.
Yeah, they need to get
And
rid of
that's the
AIPAC. They need all that Israel shit.
They need to get rid of all of those. The Heritage Foundation, all of them. They need to put them on, or send them on to some other country too. But they're part of the problem of what's going on in the country anyway.
And lock every one of them goddamn January 6ers back up. I know
Lock
they
them
can't
right
they,
back up.
I know they
And
can't
those-
because they pardoned, but they needed to figure something
No,
out.
they can lock them up for something else though.
Yeah, because we watched them motherfuckers
They
commit
not-
crimes and get away with it. That's what we did.
They're gonna say that the country needs to heal. So we need to
I
start
don't want to hear that
healing.
bullshit, sis. I'm just
But
telling you. I know
I
you're
think
right.
she-
I
I
know
think she
you're
hit it
right,
right
but I
on the
don't want to
nose.
hear that.
But the majority of the people don't want to hear that. But that's what they're gonna do.
And I
Trust
think the Democrats are going to make a big mistake if they don't read that part of the room.
No, because
if they
they're
do
already
what you say, they
They're
fucked.
They're already getting a sign in New York when they're looking at Mondami. That's a blueprint for who the fucking Democrats need to be in New York.
Mm-hmm. And then the one in Georgia, what's his name? He's running. Nobody
All-Star.
running.
Talking about All-Star?
Yes, so Stacey done ran for governor.
Oh, no, you talking about the
They
governor.
running him.
Yeah.
That's what I don't understand. They choose the ones that they want to have in office, but if you put a stop to that, maybe a change will come. But if you don't, they're gonna.
Well, they kind of like disenfranchised a whole lot of voters to help them beat Stacey, because Stacey actually beat that nigga.
I
But
think.
remember, they took like 60,000. They took like 65,000 votes away from her. They disenfranchised a lot of voters that year.
Man, and I'm telling you, somebody like Stacey Abrams would be a fucking awesome president. But this country ain't gonna do that.
Man, these and look, Tyrone. I'm sorry to tell you, but these men, including black motherfucking men, will have a baby if a woman wins anything, especially a black woman.
Well,
Nigga, they'll move the
I mean,
fuck out
the white woman is a very strong voting bloc, and they don't want that. That's why Kamala lost to white women.
Well, you know, Saab was on last night saying he would take away the right to vote for women. Women shouldn't be voting.
He would do what?
Take away the women's right to vote.
That guy's an idiot.
That's what what's that old outfit that Charlie Kirk's wife? What's his outfit?
Erica Kirk.
Yeah.
Oh, you
that's
talking
what
about the group that he started? What was the name of that shit?
Turning Point USA.
Turning Point.
Turning
Yeah.
Point.
USA.
A lot of those, they just had a conference with all these women, white women, and they were saying they would be willing to give up their vote for the. So you got a lot of white women that are turncoats, and that are white women cannot be trusted. Black
you can't.
men, I know black men love them, but white women cannot be. I'm just telling you.
No,
they cannot be trusted.
White women vote for racism every goddamn time. Every fucking time.
But black men swear they love them and that they the best women. And that, I'm just being honest. So white women can't be trusted. Black women been saying that for years, that you cannot trust them. And they showed themselves here in the past 10 years. Everything that we said about them, they cannot be trusted. And they just say, y'all jealous, what's the word? We've been told we are jealous bitches. And y'all just bitter because you're jealous of them. That's what I have been told that by some brothers. When I was like, no, white women cannot be trusted. And I hear the stuff that they be saying and how they all caught up with that Turning Point USA trying to get rid of the women's vote and stuff. White women are just like they men.
Yeah, they stupid. They're just dumb.
They cannot be trusted.
They're watching. They're literally watching this goddamn country burn to the ground. Metaphorically. I mean, he literally bulldozed the goddamn White House. He's trying to tear up the goddamn Constitution. He's locking up Americans. He's starting wars that he can't win. He's killing people. I mean, we watching this country go to, you see him implementing racism at levels that we've never seen before. And this country is fucking burning to the ground right now. And these people are still calling in here, supporting the motherfuckers, voting for them. I'm like, okay, well, I guess y'all want to see this shit fail.
Well, if it fails, it fails. And should it? Should it fail?
I mean, what else can you do?
That's
the
question.
Yeah,
That's the question. Should it fail? Should it fall?
People can't afford to buy no damn house, can't afford to buy groceries. All these people, this country.
Let's face it, sis. Black pass or fail, black folks ain't running the motherfucker. So you know, we ain't like we gotta say so anyway. It ain't like we gotta say so anyway. We along for the ride anyway.
Yeah. So whatever it do, it gonna do. That's what
we along for the ride.
Whatever it gonna do, it gonna do.
Hey, we in the back seat tied up, nigga. We going wherever the motherfucker go, dog. We don't, you know.
With a gag over our mouth, so it gonna do what it do.
I'm just hoping he have an accident and I can get free. Fuck it.
I get thrown from the car.
Yeah,
you know. Up and blew up. You go.
That's all. That's the best. I mean, you can't do nothing when you kind of like. In our situation, I mean, like Black Jesus Minister brought up to Tyrone, why don't you leave? I mean, what kind of solution, first of all, is that?
That's an idiot. That's a cool.
Yeah, it's second of all, nigga, what makes you so self-righteous that you got the right to ask me to leave a fucking...
Because that mindset is he wants to be here comfortable with his oppressor. He wants people like me gone.
With his white man, Tyrone. He want to be alone with his...
That's it. And this is showing me how weak-minded the white man really is, because there is no pushback, there is no leadership. It's all lockstep. I'm gonna do what you say. Cult-minded. The white man is fucking weak as shit, and able to get ran over by somebody with power.
Well, Tyrone, it's gonna be what it gonna be. Like Mama's boy said, we in the back seat of the car tied up, and I added with a sock in our mouth and a gag over top. So just hopefully when the car wreck, we get thrown from it before it hit the tree and blow up.
Yep, and everybody else on this planet is running circles around America.
Yeah. It's gonna be what
right
it's gonna
be. Hell yeah.
Our people have to say, and I used to hear my grandma, and grandpa and them used to say that white people's hate and racism and evil is going to destroy this here.
Oh yeah, and their greed too.
Who would have thought it would have been? It might be during my lifetime. Yeah. People always said that's what's going to take us down is this here stuff. So I never would have thought that it's a possibility. It would be. I mean, these people support Nazis. These people are hiding and supporting child molesters and child rapists and all kind of stuff. This is the kind of stuff that's going on, and we never thought we would see that. I thought after people kind of got a clue what was going on, especially with this Epstein that Trump was in the Epstein files, is that
they don't even care.
It was a lot did, but the hateful and the evilness and the evangelical Christians and stuff, they don't give two flying figs about the thing that man has been accused of in them files. They don't care.
That's because of religion. That's because of religious system. They cover it all up in religion. They can use religion to cover up them overlooking all his debauchery. You know what I'm saying?
White people are showing their true colors on how fucking savage, just like over the years I've been saying, how devilish, savage, and evil they are. They're showing their true colors.
They're showing it. And we supposed to take note. And like, who was that? Maya Angelou, when somebody tell you who they are, Believe them. Believe them. And I have been going around. Never thought we was in a post-racial America, but I thought I would say maybe 15 years when the show first started. I have so changed. We all keep changing, but I have changed once I see how they get down. It was like, Lisa, this world is not what you thought what it was.
Yeah, it was moving in
so
a different
much
direction.
different.
It was moving in a different direction until Trump. It wasn't all good, but it was in this direction that we moved
And then
in
we
now.
started finding out that they had groups that was working on this, and I have so changed, and I look at them differently now. I look at them differently, even like they said, like we used to say, the good white folks. I look at them differently now. I don't know. Not to say put us up on no pedestal because we got our stuff, but I look at them differently now. I heard that like from my grandparents and stuff, and the people, my elders and stuff, that they are going to destroy this here thing, this here experiment. And they were so right. They don't care. And I asked you, Tyrone, I remember it was sometime, it was when Trump was running for president. And people were putting, because you know how you always thought the flag wavers. People had flags in the yard. And I remember asking you this, Tyrone.
Mm-hmm.
And I was saying that I was kind of shocked that these people that had flagpoles, American flags in their yard, and they were agreeing with Putin because Trump liked Putin. This was back when he was running the first time. And I always thought those people they were all about America first, and they were so patriotic. And I remember what you told me was some people are lying, sis. They not patriotic. They're not patriotic to this country. And I started looking at things differently, and you was so right. You was like, don't let that stuff fool you. Them flags and stuff, they don't give a damn about this country. And guess what? They don't.
They really don't.
They don't. They don't. And you were 1,000% right when you told me them people that don't let that fool you.
They
These people don't
care about
damn.
whiteness now. They love their whiteness.
But I'm gonna tell you something, Sister Lisa. That flag shit, all that patriotism shit, those are signals to other people that they telling the world their persuasion, so people like them can identify where they live, who they are.
Basically, yep.
You know what I'm saying?
You're right. You're right.
Yeah, you'll pull in a neighborhood and it's a neighborhood full of houses, but only one or two houses got flags out in their yard.
Uh-huh.
Well, they
And
telling they signaling that they Trump supporters. They without saying it. So you see a truck drive down the road, got a big ass damn American flag running. You already know. You don't have to go question.
That's what it is. And black people who flying flags out in their yard, they hate themselves.
They look stupid.
They look stupid. You hate yourself. And I'm not saying you hate. It's about hating the country. Black people has always wanted this country to be what it claimed to be. We had to fight, die, sweat, blood, what it claimed to be. That was always our goal. Y'all be what you claim you are.
Well, yeah, the black people sounded like black Jesus Minister just did earlier. There's something wrong with them. Talking about the 4th of July and I'm gonna celebrate the freedom and all this kind of shit. There's something wrong with you, man. Especially because we got the internet nowadays. And we know what the hell happened. We know what the 4th of July is. There is no confusion about any of this stuff anymore. And if you still holding on to that stuff, I ain't telling you not to barbecue. You go have your little barbecue. But you got to know the history of this damn country, and the 4th of July is not for black people. It just isn't.
It's not.
You can still have your little cookout. Everybody's gonna have a cookout because that's tradition, I'm assuming.
That's just what you do.
Yeah.
And it's a family get together. You put on some music, play some spades, and laugh and joke.
But don't be ignorant. Don't be ignorant.
Don't be ignorant behind it.
Yeah.
Don't be ignorant behind it.
Tyrone, Sister Lisa, I'm gonna tell you right now, Saturday, my nephew he just got a barbecue pit. So what you think he doing Saturday?
Well, he gonna cook out.
Barbecue.
But I guarantee you what's gonna happen, or what's not gonna happen. I guarantee you, it's only gonna be family there, and ain't nobody gonna be talking about the independence of America.
Right.
Not one nigga in there gonna be talking about that.
No, yeah, that's actually a good idea. Use this time to actually talk about the damn truth. You know what I mean?
And be with family, have fun, cook, eat, because I don't know nobody. That my relatives who would normally have a barbecue, they had it your way, Tyrone. They had it down south, so they going down there for some family barbecues. We're not going this far, so I don't see us doing some friend. And none of my friends and nobody said they ain't having nothing. Food too high, but I don't know. But take that time to have fun with your family, dance, play some music, play some cards. Let the kids come out there and dance and watch this. Take that for that. That's what I've always, Thanksgiving and stuff like that. It's a time to get with family and sit and laugh and joke about those who are no longer here, those who are here, and have a good time remembering. That's what it's about.
And not lying about, not using the propaganda that we've been programmed with during these times, because I mean there is an actual true history that happened. And black people need to know. But Black Jesus Minister sound like a damn idiot talking about he's celebrating because they gave the slave guns and they freed them and all that kind of shit.
No, go see the people. Go see your people. That's what it's all about. Go see your people. Thanksgiving, 4th of July, Memorial, whatever you having something for, go see your people. That's what you do. Go see your people and have fun, enjoy yourself. Because we on, in a sense, the United States is the Titanic. And we don't know what it's going to be in a year. Go see your people, have fun, eat some food. And that's how I look at it.
It's an American tradition, and everybody used to doing it, and they're going to do it. Ain't nobody going to stop doing it. You know, I really wish people would participate during Juneteenth more than what they do, but I think they're getting around to it as the years come by. I think more people will start doing it.
Well, it's still relatively new. So, but this 4th of July business, we just gotta face it. This country, I have changed a lot. I look at things and look at people differently. They never let this stuff go. They never let. And these Christians, like my grandfather used to say, my mom's dad. He don't know who them people worshiping and praying up into in their church, but it's not the same person that we pray to in our church. And I used to laugh when I used to hear that. They said, what y'all think they be up in there doing rituals and stuff? Who knows? But if for those who believe in God, they're not worshiping the same God. They're not worshiping the same God. I mean, Trump was fighting with the Pope, for goodness sakes. Let me get off this phone because I'm off until Monday, but I intend to stay up late, watch some on TV, and sleep late tomorrow. And whatever you guys are going to do for the 4th, the 4th is Saturday, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Whatever y'all going to do for the 4th, enjoy your family. Eat your stomach full, play some cards, dance, just laugh, and have a good time. Have a good time.
Oh, yeah.
It ain't got shit to do with the country. It's about family and friends. And that's why I like when they put up them videos and black people be out dancing and having a good time. And when people say that's why I love us, because we're going to enjoy one another. And go do that. Go do that. Because that's what I'm going to do.
All right, y'all. Look, I've been on here long enough tonight, so I'm gonna have to let y'all go.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see who this unknown caller is. Who is this? Who is this?
Big Will.
What's up, Big Will? Man, you calling in? What you got, man? I'll stick around for you. What's happening?
So, fuck the 4th of July Independence Day bullshit. However, I heard years ago that after slavery was ended, those holidays or whatever you want to call that shit, that's where our ancestors came up with the concept of the family reunion. Case in point, slaves were sent to one plantation to another plantation. Somehow they made a network, feel me, to come together. Okay, so my siblings were shipped off over here and over there,
Hmm.
so we came together to have a gathering, so we could be amongst each other. You know what I'm saying? So
During those holidays.
yeah.
Okay, okay, okay.
After slavery was ended and all that shit, when the presidents learned how to read and write, they came up with some type of I don't know if it was a newspaper, a flyer, or something like that. But that was the whole concept of the family reunion. I could be wrong, but that's something I heard years ago.
Hmm.
That's it.
Okay, man. Yeah, I ain't
And
telling
peace,
nobody not to celebrate, but I
Peace,
mean,
Will. Peace, Will.
peace, family.
Let's not embrace the same ideology of as these damn white people and celebrating independence, because we weren't independent during those times. We weren't free, so I don't know what they celebrating freedom. Black
Well,
people should be mindful of that, you know.
a great philosopher who goes by the out of Dallas, Texas. I think that's where he's from. He goes by the name of Mama's Boy. He said something some years ago, and I love it. Take the eighth bullshit holiday and just make it black,
Oh yeah,
short and simple.
yeah. Seem
And
like
you
we do
said
that
something
anyway.
earlier, and like you said, you know what? That would be a dope ass video or dope ass reel. Something concept you said earlier to, like, you know what I'm saying? At the barbecue and tell the stories about how our families weren't, the ancestors weren't free slave or weren't free. This, that, and the third. You know what I'm saying? Tell the truth, tell the real history, I mean, what the fuck happened after slavery ended, or after quote unquote America got its fuck ass independence from Great Britain.
Hmm.
Those are the stories that should be told. And hell, like I say, I think somebody gonna do that shit this weekend.
Yeah, people
Somebody gonna come up.
people gonna still celebrate now. Don't get me wrong, but they don't need to celebrate with the wrong mindset, you know.
Right.
But all this
I mean,
freedom
hell,
and patriotism
I
and whatever the hell they say.
yo, back in the day when I was a little jit, before elementary school, hell, during elementary school and middle school as well. Shit, the best parties, and family gatherings was on the fuck ass holiday. But that was when the family came down from Maryland, D.C., Virginia, different parts of the Carolinas.
Yeah.
We all went to this small ass town. You had, let me see, my grandma, all my great grandmother's children, well, most of her children, a shitload of her grandchildren, and a whole bunch of great grandchildren at the time. We all came together and shit, yo, basketball, football, kung fu fight. You feel me? Box,
Yep.
wrestle. I mean, hell, we did it all at this one damn house in here in Eastern North Carolina. And yo, those were the greatest fucking cookouts in the world. You heard me? Pool parties and shit, all on that Fourth of July. But like I said, we made it where everybody was off work, or majority of us were off work, or the elders now or ancestors now were off work. They saved the money, or they carpool, came back to the stomping grounds, or big moms we called them, my great auntie, and shit, we partied, baby.
Yeah, we did the same thing, man. Yep, sure did.
And I guarantee you, y'all never talked about Independence Day of America. I guarantee you, y'all did.
No, not my fault. They just had a good time and enjoyed each other, man.
Man, listen, I
You
was out
hear
there
it.
doing the MC Hammer, nigga. Fuck you mean? But nah, that's what I heard some years ago. That's why I was, like I said, we made it black, and it was a way for us to come together. Think about this shit here. Even on Sundays, that's when we all came together with the Big Mama house, or Big Dad house, or Medea, or whatever you want to call it. We all came together. We ate, feast, had a good old time. It wasn't about what the fuck these people said it was, or it's supposed to be about. No, we made it black, like Mama's Boy said years ago. But that's all I got to contribute, man. I'm gonna fall back.
All right. Well, look, guys, I'm getting ready to get off of here. I'm gonna open this up,
Q&A session is over. All participants are unmuted.
and then I'm gonna shut YouTube down. So if y'all want to call in, y'all can, and I'll holler at y'all later.